I've spent 15 years working in land surveying, mostly in the kind of deep woods terrain where the GPS signal dies and the only company you have is the sound of your own boots hitting the pine needles. You get used to the isolation. In fact, you start to crave it. There's a specific kind of silence you find in the high Sierras, a heavy, velvet-like quiet that feels like the world is holding its breath. Most people find it unsettling. I found it professional. But looking back, I realized that my comfort in that silence was my first mistake. I had grown arrogant. I thought I knew the language of the woods well enough to know when something was wrong. I didn't realize that sometimes the woods don't just watch, they listen, and they learn. It was late October 3 years ago. I was contracted to mark the boundaries of a private estate that had been caught in a probate dispute for decades. The land was jagged, thick with old-growth cedar and steep, shale-covered ridges that made every step a calculated risk. Because of the legal timeline, I was pushing the daylight. I was 42 at the time, fit enough to handle the hike, but I was tired. My joints ached from the cold dampness that clings to the shadows in those canyons. I should have headed back to my truck when the sun touched the ridge line, but I had one last marker to find, a rusted iron pipe driven into the earth back in the 1920s. I was alone. That was the second mistake. My assistant had called out with a fever, and instead of rescheduling, I'd headed out solo. I told myself it was about the deadline, but it was really about pride. I'd hiked these woods 1,000 times. I had my gear, my bear mace, and my satellite messenger. I felt untouchable. But as the light began to turn that bruised, purplish hue of late autumn dusk, the atmosphere didn't just change, it curdled. The wind, which had been a steady, rhythmic sigh through the branches, suddenly cut out. It didn't taper off. It stopped, as if someone had laid a hand over the mouth of the forest. I was kneeling in a patch of ferns, scraping away layers of decomposed leaves with my trowel when I heard it. It wasn't a branch breaking or the scuttle of a squirrel. It was a vocalization. It was soft, barely a notch above a whisper, coming from the dense thicket of mountain laurel about 20 yards to my left. It was my name, Elias. I froze. My heart didn't race immediately. Instead, it felt like it had turned to a block of ice in my chest. I didn't turn my head. I stayed hunched over the dirt, my trowel still clutched in my hand. My brain did what all human brains do when faced with the impossible. It started lying to me. It was a bird, I told myself. A mimic, like a blue jay or a crow. Or maybe it was just the wind catching in a hollow log, creating a phonetic coincidence that my tired mind had interpreted as speech. I waited, my ears ringing in the sudden vacuum of sound. Seconds ticked by. Nothing moved. I took a slow, shaky breath, letting the tension drain out of my shoulders. "Get a grip, Elias," I muttered under my breath. The sound of my own voice felt thin and fragile against the towering trees. I stood up, wiping the damp earth from my knees. I decided the marker could wait until tomorrow. The light was failing fast and the shadows were stretching out, reaching for me like long, dark fingers. I shouldered my pack, the nylon straps creaking in the silence. I took 3 steps toward the trail when the voice came again. This time, it wasn't a whisper. It was clearer, more melodic, and it came from directly behind me where I had just been standing. "Elias, wait." The hair on the back of my neck didn't just stand up, it felt like it was being pulled. This wasn't a bird. There was an inflection in the voice, a slight rise at the end as if it were asking a question. But it was the tone that truly unsettled me. It was flat. It sounded like a recording played through a speaker with no soul behind it. It was my name, spoken with my own cadence but stripped of all human warmth. I spun around, my hand flying to the bare mace on my hip. The clearing was empty. The gray trunks of the cedars stood like sentinels in the gloom. There was no one there. No hiker, no squatter, no prankster. The undergrowth was too thick for anyone to move through that quickly without making a sound. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. A prank. Who would be out here 4 miles from the nearest trailhead just to mess with a surveyor? And how did they know my name? My name wasn't on my vest. My truck was miles away. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice cracked, betraying the primal terror that was beginning to override my logic. "I'm armed. I don't want any trouble, but I'm not alone out here." That was a lie, and the forest seemed to know it. The silence that followed was heavier than before. I backed away, my eyes darting between the shadows. I reached the edge of the clearing where the trail began its steep descent toward the valley floor. I turned to run, but I stopped dead. There, resting on a flat stump right in the middle of the path, a path I had walked up only an hour ago, was my own brass plumb bob. I felt the blood drain from my face. I reached into my side pocket. It was empty. The plumb bob was a tool I used for precise measurements. I had used it earlier that afternoon and distinctly remembered stowing it in my zipped pocket. Yet there it was, sitting perfectly upright on the mossy wood. It hadn't been dropped. It had been placed. The logic of my world shattered in that moment. To get that tool, someone, or something, had to have been close enough to touch me. They had to have unzipped my pocket while I was working, while I was distracted by the silence, and I hadn't felt a thing. They had been right there, breathing the same air, watching the back of my head. I didn't pick it up. I didn't even want to look at it. I backed away, my boots sliding on the damp shale. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't being watched, I was being hunted. Or worse, I was being played with. I turned and began to move, not a run yet, but a fast, panicked hike. I kept my head on a swivel, my flashlight cutting a desperate, shaking beam through the encroaching dark. Every few yards, I'd hear it, a soft footfall just out of sync with my own. When I stepped, it stepped. When I stopped, it stopped. It was mimicking my gait, mocking my attempt to escape. I tried to convince myself it was an echo, a trick of the canyon walls, but the timing was too perfect. It was intentional. Then the voice returned. It wasn't behind me anymore. It was coming from the trees to my right, moving parallel to me at an impossible speed. "Elias, it's getting dark." The voice was closer now. It sounded like it was right at my shoulder, whispered directly into my ear, yet when I swung my light, there was nothing but the swaying branches of the hemlocks. The words were bizarre. It wasn't a threat, it was an observation. A flat, dead observation. My instinctual panic took over. I stopped thinking about boundaries or tools or my truck. I just ran. I scrambled down the ridge, my lungs burning in the cold air. I could hear the thing keeping pace with me in the brush. It wasn't trying to hide its movement anymore. It was crashing through the dry leaves, a heavy, bipedal weight that sounded far too large to be a man. And as it ran, it began to repeat my name, over and over. "Elias, Elias, Elias." It wasn't a call anymore. It was a chant. The voice was changing, losing its melodic quality and becoming more guttural, more distorted, as if the thing behind the trees was struggling to maintain the shape of the human words. It sounded like a throat full of wet gravel trying to hum a tune. I hit the main trail, my knees screaming as I vaulted over fallen logs. My truck was a mile away, just 1 mile. But the trail here was a series of tight switchbacks, and I knew the thing was cutting the corners. I could hear it above me, then below me, then ahead of me. It was hurting me. I reached a small clearing where the trail crossed a dry creek bed. I stopped, gasping for air, my flashlight beam dancing wildly. I had to make a choice. If I stayed on the trail, I was predictable. If I went off trail, I was lost in the dark. I gripped my bare mace, the plastic cold and slick in my sweaty palm. I decided to stand my ground for a second to try and see my pursuer. If it was a man, maybe I could scare him off. If it was something else. I stood in the center of the creek bed, the white stones gleaming like bone in my light. "Show yourself," I screamed. "Come out and face me." The crashing in the woods stopped. The chanting stopped. The silence returned, but this time it was different. It felt pressurized, like the air before a lightning strike. I panned my light slowly across the tree line. At first, I saw nothing. Then, about 30 feet up in a massive oak tree, the light caught something. Two eyes. They weren't animal eyes. They didn't have the reflective tapetum lucidum that makes a deer's or a cat's eyes glow. These were dull, pale, and set wide apart in a face that was the color of wet parchment. It was crouched on a limb, its limbs too long, its fingers wrapping around the bark like white vines. It didn't have a nose, just a jagged slit where a mouth should be. As the light hit it, the thing didn't flinch. It didn't hide. It simply opened that slit of a mouth, and in a voice that was a perfect, terrifying carbon copy of my own mother, who had been dead for 10 years, it said, "Elia's come home. It's time for dinner." The sheer wrongness of it broke me. That wasn't just a predator. It was something that mined your mind for the things that would hurt you the most. I didn't scream. I didn't even think. I just bolted. I ran with a strength I didn't know I had, my feet barely touching the ground. I didn't look back. I didn't care about the branches whipping my face or the rocks tripping me up. I heard it drop from the tree, a heavy asterisk thud that vibrated through the ground. I heard it coming for me, a rhythmic asterisk slap, slap, slap of bare feet on the dirt. It was fast, faster than any human. It was right on my heels, its breath, hot and smelling of old copper and stagnant water, hitting the back of my neck. I saw the reflective tape on the tailgate of my truck. I dived for the door, fumbling with the key fob. The locks clicked, the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. I flung myself inside, slammed the door, and locked it in one fluid motion. A fraction of a second later, the entire truck rocked. Something had slammed into the driver's side door with the force of a wrecking ball. The glass didn't shatter, but it spiderwebbed, a white map of cracks appearing inches from my face. I didn't look. I jammed the key into the ignition, threw the truck into reverse, and floored it. As I swung the truck around, my headlights swept across the edge of the woods. For a fleeting second, I saw it standing there. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, with a body that looked starved, every rib showing through its translucent skin. It wasn't moving. It just stood there, watching me. And as I sped away, kicking up a cloud of gravel and dust, I rolled the window up just enough to hear one last thing. It wasn't my name. It wasn't my mother's voice. It was the sound of a woman screaming, a sound I realized with a jolt of horror was the exact scream I would have made if it had caught me. It was practicing. I drove 3 hours straight until I reached a 24-hour diner in a town I didn't recognize. I sat there in a booth, shaking, drinking coffee I couldn't taste. The next morning, I went to the local sheriff's office. I told them I'd been harassed by a squatter or a mountain lion. I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth. They'd think I was crazy. The deputy, an older man with tired eyes, just nodded slowly as I spoke. He didn't ask for a description. He didn't ask where exactly it happened. He just looked at the cracked window of my truck and sighed. "You were up on the old Blackwood estate, weren't you?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "How did you know?" "We get a call from that area every few years," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Always a hiker or a surveyor, always someone alone. They always talk about the voices. We go up there, we find nothing. No tracks, no camps, just empty woods." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "My advice, don't go back for your gear. Leave the plumb bob, leave the markers, some places. They don't like being measured. They don't like being known." I never went back. I quit land surveying a month later. I took a desk job in the city where the only sounds are the hum of the AC and the distant roar of traffic. But I don't sleep well, because every now and then when the house is quiet and the wind dies down, I'll hear a voice from the hallway. It's soft, it's flat, and it knows exactly what to say to make me open my eyes. If you ever find yourself in the deep woods and the silence feels too heavy, don't stop. Don't look back. And for God's sake, if you hear someone calling your name, don't answer. Because once it knows your name, it never forgets. The sheriff's deputy, a man named Miller, didn't look at me with the skepticism I expected. He looked at me with a weary sort of pity, the kind you reserve for someone who has just survived a terminal diagnosis. He didn't file a report. He didn't even take my statement down on a formal pad. He just sat there, the fluorescent lights of the small station humming with a localized, domestic version of the silence I'd fled. He told me to go home, to lock my doors, and to never, under any circumstances, look at a map of the Blackwood estate again. I followed his advice for exactly 3 weeks. The transition from the field to a desk was supposed to be my salvation. I took a position with a civil engineering firm in Sacramento, a place of glass, steel, and the constant, reassuring cacophagus of humanity. I lived on the 4th floor of an apartment complex where the walls were thin enough to hear my neighbor's television, and the streetlights bled a persistent, orange hum into my bedroom. I wanted the noise. I craved the intrusion of other people's lives because it proved that I was still part of the world of the living, the world of the measurable. But the silence of the high Sierras is not something you leave behind in a truck. It's a hitchhiker. It settles into the marrow of your bones, waiting for the city to catch its breath. It started with the dreams, though dreams is too gentle a word. I would find myself back in that clearing, the damp smell of decomposed hemlock needles filling my lungs. In the dream, I wasn't running. I was standing perfectly still, my feet rooted into the shale like the ancient cedars. I would look down at my hands and see that my skin had turned that translucent, waxy white. My fingers would begin to elongate, stretching toward the dirt, sensing the vibrations of something moving far below the surface. And then, a voice would come, not from the woods, but from my own throat. It would be a voice I didn't recognize, a composite of every person I had ever loved, layered into a single, dissonant chord. I would wake up drenched in sweat, the sound of my own name vibrating in the air of my bedroom. Elias. By the 2nd month, the auditory hallucinations began to bleed into my waking hours. It wasn't constant, it was surgical. I'd be standing in the break room, the coffee machine gurgling, and I'd hear a coworker call my name from the hallway. I'd turn, expecting to see Sarah from accounting or Mark from the drafting pool, but the hallway would be empty. The first few times I laughed it off. Stress, I told myself. Post-traumatic lingering. But then the voices started saying things they couldn't possibly know. One Tuesday, while I was staring at a topographical map on my dual monitors, a voice whispered directly into my headset, a headset that wasn't plugged into anything. It was my father's voice, a man who had died in a car accident when I was 12. The iron pipe is still there, Elias. You left the job unfinished. I ripped the headset off and threw it across the desk. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The logic of the city, the safety of numbers and streetlights, was beginning to erode. I realized then that the thing in the woods hadn't just mimicked my voice. It had taken a piece of my identity. It had reached into that pocket where I kept my plumb bob, and it had taken something else, something internal. I became obsessed with the history of the Blackwood estate. If I couldn't escape the memory, I would dissect it. I spent my nights at the university library, digging through archived property records and local folklore that hadn't been digitized. I found that the probate dispute I'd been hired to settle wasn't just about money. It was about a lineage that had vanished. The Blackwood family hadn't died out through natural attrition. In 1924, 5 members of the household had simply ceased to be. The local authorities back then had found the house perfectly intact. Supper was on the table, the lanterns were trimmed, and the beds were made. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, no footprints leading away into the brush. The only thing they found was a series of journals kept by the youngest daughter, Clara. I found a microfilm copy of the police evidence photos of those journals. The handwriting started out as a neat Victorian cursive, detailing the mundane trials of mountain life. But as the pages progressed, the script fractured. The letters became elongated, stretching vertically until they looked like the barbs of a wire fence. It is learning to speak, *1 entry read. It started with the hounds. It whistled for them in the dark and they went to it thinking it was father. Now it whistles for us. It says our names in the wind. Yesterday I saw mother standing by the well, but when she turned around her face was as smooth as a river stone. She didn't have a mouth, yet she told me to come closer. I stayed inside. I think the house is the only thing it doesn't know how to be yet. The final entry was a single sentence, scrawled across the page in a frantic, jagged hand. It doesn't want to eat us. It wants to be us. I sat in the dim light of the library, the glow of the microfilm reader casting a sickly pale light over my skin. I looked at my reflection in the glass. For a second, just a flickering heartbeat of time, my features seemed to blur. My nose seemed to recede, my eyes widening, my skin taking on that parchment-like sheen. I blinked, and the image snapped back to my tired, middle-aged face. But the seed of doubt had been planted. I started to wonder if I had truly escaped the woods that night. Maybe the man sitting in this library, the man with the desk job and the fourth-floor apartment, was just a very good imitation. Maybe the real Elias was still up there, folded into the hollow of an oak tree or buried beneath the white stones of the creek bed. The psychological toll began to manifest physically. I lost weight. My skin became sensitive to sunlight, itching and burning whenever I stepped outside. I found myself craving the dark, quiet corners of my apartment. I stopped answering the phone. I stopped going to work. My boss called, then my sister, then a few friends. I listened to their voicemails over and over again, not because I missed them, but because I was studying their cadences. I was listening to the way they pronounced my name, the way their voices rose and fell with concern. I was cataloging the sounds of humanity as if I were preparing for a test. One night the power went out. A transformer had blown 3 blocks over, plunging the entire neighborhood into a velvet, heavy silence that felt terrifyingly familiar. I sat in my living room, the only light coming from the moon filtering through the blinds. It was October again. The air had that sharp, metallic tang of coming frost. I heard a sound from the front door, a soft, rhythmic scratching. I didn't move. I didn't reach for a weapon. I felt a strange, hollow calm wash over me. I knew what was on the other side of that door. I had known it was coming from the moment I left my plumb bob on that stump. Elias. The voice came from the hallway outside. It was Sarah from accounting. It was perfect. The slight nasal quality, the cheerful lilt she used when she was bringing around the birthday cards for people to sign. Elias, are you in there? We're all worried about you. Open the door, okay? I stayed silent. I knew Sarah was at home in the suburbs, probably putting her kids to bed. I knew the thing in the hallway wasn't Sarah. Elias, the voice said again. This time it was my sister. The tone was sharper, laced with that familiar, bossy affection. Don't be a jerk. We know you're in there. The super said you haven't left in days. Just open up so we can see you're okay. I felt a tear track down my cheek. It felt cold, like a drop of mountain rain. I realized then that the thing wasn't just at the door. It was in the air. It was in the silence. It was the silence. Elias, a third voice said. This one was mine. It was the voice of the man who had stood in the creek bed and shouted, "Show yourself." It was the voice of the man who had been arrogant enough to think he knew the language of the woods. You can't stay in the dark forever. You know how this ends. You've always known. The scratching stopped. The handle of the door began to turn, slowly, the metal groaning with the effort of a force that didn't quite understand how a deadbolt worked. The wood of the door began to creak, not as if it were being pushed, but as if it were being absorbed. I stood up. My joints didn't ache. My body felt light, almost weightless. I walked toward the door, my bare feet silent on the hardwood. I reached out and placed my hand on the cool surface of the wood. I could feel the vibrations on the other side, a heavy, rhythmic thrumming, like a heart the size of a boulder. "I'm here," I whispered. The door didn't open. Instead, the voice from the other side changed one last time. It became the voice of the deputy Miller. Some places don't like being measured, Elias. They don't like being known, but they love to know you. I felt the door give way, not opening on its hinges, but simply dissolving, the atoms of the wood mingling with the shadows of the hallway. I didn't see a monster. I didn't see the pale, starving thing from the oak tree. I saw a reflection, a vast, shimmering mirror of everything I had ever been, everything I had ever feared, and everything I was about to become. I stepped forward into the hallway. I didn't look back at my apartment. I didn't look back at the life of the man who worked in land surveying. I felt my throat tighten, my vocal cords shifting and stretching, reconfiguring themselves into a new, more versatile instrument. I walked down the stairs, past the doors of my neighbors. I could hear them inside, breathing, dreaming, living their measurable lives. I paused at the door of 3B. I knew the woman who lived there. Her name was Alina. She liked jazz and she always smelled faintly of vanilla. I leaned my head against her door. I didn't have a mouth, not really, just a jagged slit that was beginning to heal over. But I didn't need a mouth to speak. I just needed to remember. Alina, I whispered, using her husband's voice, the husband who had passed away 3 years ago. Alina, honey, it's getting dark. Can you let me in? I heard her gasp on the other side. I heard her feet hit the floor. I heard the lock click. I smiled, or at least I felt the phantom sensation of a smile. The woods don't just watch. They don't just listen. They expand. And as I stepped into the warm light of the apartment, I realized that the deputy was wrong. The Blackwood estate wasn't a place. It was a condition, and it was time to bring everyone home. The city outside continued its roar, its lights flickering against the encroaching October frost. But in the quiet corners, in the places where the GPS signal dies and the world holds its breath, the voices were growing louder. They were calling names. They were learning the cadences of the living. And one by one, the silences were being filled. I am Elias, or I was. It doesn't matter now. What matters is that I know your name. I've heard you speak it into the phone. I've heard your mother call it across a playground. I've heard you whisper it to yourself in the dark when you're afraid. It's a beautiful name. It has a rhythm, a weight, a soul. And I think I'd like to try it on for a while. So if you're sitting at home tonight and the house feels a little too quiet and the wind dies down just a little too suddenly, listen closely. If you hear a familiar voice calling to you from the hallway or a friend whispering through the window, don't be afraid. It's just me. I'm just coming to return something you lost. A plumb bob, a memory, a life. Just open the door. It's time for dinner. And the woods are so hungry for someone like you. The vanilla scent in Alina's apartment was thicker than I remembered. It cloyed at the back of my throat, or where my throat used to be, mixing with the smell of old paper and the metallic tang of the mountain air I had brought in with me like a shadow. She stood there in a floral robe, her hand trembling against the doorframe, her eyes wide and searching the dim hallway for a ghost that wasn't there. She looked right through me at first. It was a strange sensation, being a ripple in the air, a smudge on the lens of reality. "Arthur," she whispered. Her voice was a fragile thing, a glass ornament held over a stone floor. I didn't answer with words. I answered with a vibration. I reached into the library of sounds I had harvested and pulled out the specific resonance of her late husband's chuckle, the low, gravelly hum he used when he was teasing her about losing her keys. The sound didn't come from my chest. It manifested in the space between us, vibrating the very molecules of the oxygen she was breathing. She gasped, a sob catching in her windpipe, and she stepped back to let the void in. As I crossed the threshold, the apartment seemed to tilt. The framed photos on the mantel, the ones of them at the Grand Canyon, the ones of the golden retriever that died 3 years before the man did, began to bleed. Not blood, but color. The vibrant blues of the sky and the warm tans of the desert drained away, leaving behind the waxy, translucent gray of the Blackwood woods. I felt my height stretching, my spine uncurling like a fern frond in the spring. My head brushed the ceiling fan, the metal blades tinking against my skull with a sound like a distant bell. Alina didn't scream. That was the secret the deputy hadn't told me. When the woods finally find you, they bring a sedative of nostalgia. They wrap you in the voices of the people who loved you until the horror of what is actually standing in your living room becomes a secondary concern to the comfort of the lie. "You look different, Arthur," she murmured, her eyes glazed. She reached out a hand, her fingers brushing the cold, damp surface of what used to be my ribcage. To her, it probably felt like the wool of a favorite sweater. To me, it felt like the roots of a hemlock tree drinking from a fresh spring. "The woods change a man," I said, and this time the voice was a perfect graft of Arthur's baritone and the deputy's weary drawl. "They take the parts that don't fit and they smooth them down. Like river stones, Alina. Remember the river." She nodded, tears tracking through the dust on her cheeks. "The Russian River, the summer of '92. "The summer of '92, I repeated. I liked the taste of the numbers. They were sharp, mathematical, like the coordinates on a survey map. I felt the house around us beginning to groan. The drywall was losing its rigidity, the studs turning back into raw timber, the sap rising through the floorboards. The fourth-floor apartment was no longer a box of steel and glass. It was becoming a node in a vast, invisible network that stretched back to the high Sierras. I could feel the others now, not just the thing that had hunted me, but the ones it had made before me. They were scattered across the continent, tucked into the crawl spaces of suburban homes, standing in the back of darkened theaters, sitting in the passenger seats of long-haul trucks. We were a map of a different kind. We were the survey markers of a territory that didn't belong to geography, but to memory. I looked at Alina and I felt a flicker of the old Elias, the man who liked coffee and feared the dark. He was still there, a small, screaming coal buried deep under layers of cold ash. He wanted to tell her to run. He wanted to tell her that the thing wearing her husband's voice was a parasite made of silence. But the new architecture of my mind silenced him. He was just a measurement that no longer mattered. "It's time to go, Alina," I said. "Go where?" "To the place where nothing is lost, where the voices never fade." I leaned down, my face inches from hers. Up close, I knew she could see the truth. She could see the lack of a nose, the way my skin pulsed with the movement of things crawling beneath it, the way my eyes were just two pits of absolute, unreflective black. But she didn't flinch. She leaned into the cold. She wanted the voice more than she feared the shape. The transition was silent. One moment we were in a city apartment, the next we were standing in a clearing where the trees were so tall they seemed to prop up the moon. The air was thick with the scent of decomposed hemlock. The ground was soft with the needles of 1,000 years. She looked around, confused, the floral robe looking absurd against the backdrop of the primordial dark. "Arthur, where are we?" "We're home," I said, but I wasn't using Arthur's voice anymore. I was using hers. She froze. The sound of her own voice coming from the towering, pale thing in front of her finally broke the spell. The nostalgia evaporated, leaving only the raw, jagged reality of the woods. She opened her mouth to scream, but I was faster. I didn't grab her with hands. I grabbed her with the silence. I projected the stillness of the Blackwood estate into her lungs, filling her throat with the weight of unsaid words until her scream died before it could reach her lips. I watched as her features began to soften. I watched as her identity began to leak out of her, soaking into the soil. It was a beautiful process, a slow-motion dissolution. She wasn't dying, she was being archived. "Don't worry," I whispered, the sound echoing from the trees around us. "Once it knows your name, it never forgets." I left her there, rooted to the spot, her skin beginning to take on that familiar, waxy sheen. I had work to do. The firm in Sacramento would be wondering where I was. My sister would be calling. There were so many more voices to collect, so many more names to learn. I walked back toward the edge of the woods, toward the place where the gravel road met the highway. My gait was different now, longer, more fluid, the movements of a predator that didn't need to hide because it was already everywhere. I found my truck parked where I had left it, the spider-webbed glass of the driver's side window, a testament to the night I thought I had escaped. I climbed inside. The seat felt small, the cabin cramped. I looked in the rearview mirror and focused. I thought about the way I used to look. I thought about the curve of my jaw, the way my hair thinned at the temples, the specific shade of brown in my eyes. I watched as the mirror reflected the reconstruction. The waxy skin folded and creased, the nose grew back, the mouth opened like a healing wound. Within a minute, Elias was back. He was a perfect imitation. Even the sweat on his forehead was chemically accurate. I started the engine. The truck roared to life, a discordant note in the perfect symphony of the forest. I drove back toward the city, toward the lights and the noise and the millions of people who thought they were safe because they had maps and fences. I stopped at a gas station on the outskirts of town. The attendant was a young kid, maybe 19, with a name tag that said Caleb. He was wearing headphones, his head bobbing to a beat I couldn't hear. "Full tank?" he asked, leaning against the pump. I looked at him, and I felt the hum in my marrow. I felt the library in my head opening to a fresh page. "Yeah, Caleb," I said, using a voice that was a perfect replica of his own, though pitched just a half step lower. "And maybe a map. I think I'm looking for a new place to survey." The kid blinked, pulling one earbud out. He looked at me, a frown flickering across his face. "Do I know you? You sound just like... Wait, did you say my name?" I smiled. It was a good smile. It was the kind of smile that made people trust you. "Everyone knows your name, Caleb," I said. "You just have to listen for it." I drove away, leaving him standing there in the fluorescent glow of the station, a seed of silence planted in his ear. I could feel the city ahead of me, a vast, teeming hive of potential. Every street was a corridor, every house a clearing, every person a voice waiting to be borrowed. I went back to my apartment. I cleaned the glass from the floor. I called my boss and apologized for the absence, citing a bout of food poisoning. I sounded sincere. I sounded human. I even laughed at his joke about the Sacramento flu. That night, I sat in my darkened living room and listened. I didn't need the TV or the radio anymore. I could hear the city breathing. I could hear the whispers in the plumbing, the murmurs in the electrical grid. I could hear the Blackwood estate expanding, its roots snaking through the subway tunnels, its branches reaching into the fiber optic cables. I realized then that the surveyor's job was never about boundaries. It wasn't about where one property ended and another began. It was about the land asserting its true shape. It was about the silence reclaiming the noise. I picked up my phone and scrolled through my contacts. I stopped at my sister's name. I remembered her voice, the way she laughed when she was nervous, the way she overpronounced her vowels when she was angry. I hit the call button. "Elias," she answered on the second ring. "Oh my God, I've been so worried. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Sarah," I said, but as I spoke, I let the voice slip. I let a bit of the mountain air into the line. I let her hear the sound of the wind through the hemlocks, the sound of the water over the white stones. "I'm better than fine. I've found something you need to see." "What are you talking about? You sound weird. Is someone there with you?" "Just the voices, Sarah, just the voices." I hung up. I knew she would come. She was family, and family always answers the call. And when she arrived, I would show her the truth. I would show her that we aren't individuals, defined by names and social security numbers and the houses we live in. We are just echoes. We are just the breath the woods take before they scream. I stood up and walked to the window. The city lights were beautiful, a million little fires burning against the dark, but I could see the shadows between them. I could see the places where the light didn't reach, the places where the silence was waiting. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass. I closed my eyes and whispered a name. Not my name, not Sarah's name, not Alina's. I whispered your name. I know you heard it. You're sitting there right now, the glow of the screen, the only thing keeping the room from turning into a clearing. You think you're alone. You think the walls of your house are solid, that the locks on your door mean something. But you've been measured. You've been known. And the voice that knows your name is already inside. It's in the hum of your computer. It's in the creak of the floorboard in the next room. It's in the sudden, inexplicable chill that just ran down your spine. Don't bother looking back. There's nothing to see yet. The woods are patient. They take their time. They wait for the perfect moment to speak, the moment when you're most certain of your own reality. But eventually, the silence will become too heavy. Eventually, you'll hear a voice you recognize, a parent, a friend, a lover, calling to you from a place where they couldn't possibly be, and you'll want to answer. You'll want to believe that the world is as simple as you were taught. Don't. Keep your eyes on the screen. Keep your hands on the keys. Don't let the silence in, because once you answer, the measurement is complete. Once you answer, you aren't a person anymore. You're just a landmark on a map that no one was ever supposed to draw. I'm coming for the rest of the world, one name at a time, but I think I'll start with you. After all, we've spent so much time together tonight. It's only polite that I introduce myself properly. Can you hear it? That soft scratching at the door, that's not the wind. That's not the house settling. That's me, and I've practiced your voice until it's perfect. Open the door. I have so much to tell you. I have a whole forest of stories, and they all end with your name. The scratching wasn't rhythmic. It didn't have the frantic pace of a dog or the scurrying lightness of a mouse. It was deliberate, a slow, dragging sound of bone against wood, the way a surveyor might drag a chain across a boundary line. I stood in my dark living room, the city lights behind me casting my elongated shadow toward the door. I wasn't afraid. Fear is a chemical reaction of the living, a frantic signaling of a nervous system that still believes it has something to lose. I was beyond loss. I was an accumulation. I reached out and turned the deadbolt. The metal felt remarkably thin, like a cracker ready to snap. When the door swung open, there was no one in the hallway, just the hum of the fluorescent lights and the faint, lingering scent of Alina's vanilla, now souring into something more like rot. I stepped out. My footsteps made no sound on the carpet. I wasn't walking so much as I was displacing the air, sliding through the dimensions of the building like a needle through silk. I went to the elevator. The mirrored doors slid open, and for a second I saw what the world saw. I saw Elia's, the rumpled button-down shirt, the slight slouch of a man who spent too many hours over a drafting table, the tired eyes. But then the light flickered, a brownout caused by the roots now tapping into the city's transformer vaults, and the reflection shifted. The man in the mirror stretched, his neck elongated, the skin turning the color of a drowned birch tree. The eyes didn't just darken, they hollowed out, becoming tunnels that led back to the Blackwood estate. I watched as my fingers grew, the nails hardening into black thorns. I liked this version better. It felt more honest. It felt like the truth that geography tries to hide with its maps and its borders. The elevator descended. I could feel the weight of the stories above me, the hundreds of people in this complex, each one a unique frequency, a specific vibration of DNA and memory. I tuned into them. I heard a toddler crying in 4F. I heard a couple arguing about money in 2A. I heard an old man in 1C coughing, a wet, rattling sound that signaled the end of his particular map. I stepped out into the lobby. The night doorman, a man named Marcus who played Sudoku to stay awake, didn't look up at first. "Evening, Mr. Thorne," he mumbled, his pen hovering over a grid of numbers. "Late night." I stopped at his desk. I leaned over, my shadow falling across his puzzle. I didn't use Elia's voice. I didn't use Arthur's. I reached deep into the soil of my new consciousness and pulled out the voice of Marcus's mother. She had been dead for 10 years, buried in a small plot in Georgia. "Marcus," I whispered, "you always were bad at math, baby." The pen snapped in his hand. The ink leaked out, staining the newsprint black, a dark Rorschach blot that looked remarkably like the canopy of a hemlock forest. Marcus looked up, his face drained of color. He didn't see the monster. He saw the hallway, he saw the flickering lights, and he heard the one sound he had spent a decade trying to forget. "Ma," he choked out. "It's okay, Marcus," I said, the voice wrapping around him like a shroud. "The numbers don't matter anymore. None of the lines matter. Come outside. The air is so clear tonight." He stood up like a sleepwalker. He left his phone, his keys, his half-finished puzzle. He followed me out the glass double doors and into the October chill. The city was still there, the taxis honking, the steam rising from the grates, but it was becoming translucent. The skyscrapers looked like pillars of salt, ready to dissolve in the first rain. I led him to the small park across the street. It was a pathetic patch of urban green, a few struggling oaks surrounded by iron railings. But as we stepped onto the grass, the railings melted. The oaks shivered and began to grow, their bark thickening, their branches reaching up to claw at the smog-choked stars. "Look at the trees, Marcus," I said. He looked. He saw the pale things hanging from the branches. He saw the way the leaves weren't green, but the color of old parchment. He saw the faces beginning to form in the burls of the wood. Alina, the deputy, a dozen others I hadn't even met yet but whose names were already vibrating in my throat. "I'm scared," he whispered. "Don't be. Fear is just a boundary, and we're erasing the boundaries." I touched his shoulder. My hand was cold, the kind of cold that doesn't just chill the skin but freezes the intent. I felt his pulse under my palm, thump thump, thump thump, a frantic little drum. I matched it. I vibrated my own essence until we were in sync, until the rhythm of his heart was just a subset of the rhythm of the woods. He stopped trembling. His eyes went wide and vacant, mirroring the black pits of my own. He sat down at the base of a thickening oak, his body beginning to merge with the roots. He wasn't Marcus the doorman anymore. He was a marker. He was a point on the new survey. I left him there and walked back toward the street. I had a car to drive. I had a sister to meet. The drive to Sarah's house took 40 minutes. I watched the city change through the windshield. It wasn't just the trees. The architecture was failing. The sharp angles of the apartment buildings were softening, the bricks becoming porous, the glass turning back into sand. People were standing on their balconies, staring out at the horizon with the same glazed expression I had seen on Alina. They weren't jumping. They weren't screaming. They were just waiting. They were listening to the voices that knew their names. Sarah lived in a suburb where every house looked the same, a grid of forced normalcy designed to keep the wild at bay. I pulled my truck into her driveway. The engine coughed and died, the metal groaning as if it were tired of being a machine. I sat in the dark for a moment, adjusting my face. I pulled the skin tight over the bone, smoothed the brow, injected a bit of warmth into the eyes. I needed to be Elia's one last time. The transition is easier when it starts with a hug. I walked to the porch and knocked. The sound was hollow. "Elia's?" Her voice came from behind the door, sharp with anxiety. "Is that you? You sounded so strange on the phone. I almost called the police." "It's me, Sarah. Open up. I'm sorry I scared you. I've had a long week in the field." The locks turned, 3 of them. She was always careful. She thought deadbolts could stop the inevitable. When the door opened, she peered out through the crack, her eyes searching mine. I gave her the smile, the one we shared in the back of our parents' station wagon during summer road trips, the one that meant we're safe, we're together. She sighed, the tension leaving her shoulders, and opened the door wide. "You look terrible. You're pale as a ghost. Come in, I'll make tea." I stepped into her hallway. It was filled with the clutter of a life well lived. Shoes kicked off near the mat, a stack of mail on the side table, photos of her kids on the wall. I looked at the photos. 2 boys, ages 6 and 8. Their names were Toby and Leo. I felt their names click into place in my mind, 2 small, bright gems added to my collection. "Where are the boys?" I asked, my voice perfectly pitched to brotherly concern. "Asleep, thank God. It took forever to get them down. They kept saying they heard someone whistling in the backyard." I felt a surge of pride. One of the others was already here. We were efficient. We were a global network of silence closing in on the noise. "I heard it too," I said, walking into the kitchen. Sarah stopped, her hand on the kettle. "What, you heard it?" "The whistling. It's not a person, Sarah, it's the land. It's finally speaking back to us." She turned around, her brow furrowed. "Elias, you're scaring me again. Sit down, you're talking like those people on the news, the ones who disappeared near the Blackwood estate." "I didn't disappear, Sarah, I was found." I walked toward her. The kitchen light was a harsh, buzzing yellow. I watched as my shadow grew on the linoleum, the fingers stretching toward her feet like ink spilled on a map. She saw it then. She saw the way my shadow didn't match my body. She saw the way the edges of my form were blurring, the plaid shirt melting into a gray, bark-like texture. She backed away, her hip hitting the counter. "Elias, what's happening to your face?" "The truth is happening, Sarah. We've spent our whole lives pretending that we're separate from the world. We build houses, we draw lines, we give ourselves names so we can feel like we own the space we occupy. But the space doesn't belong to us. We belong to the space." I reached out and took her hand. Her skin was warm, so terribly warm. It felt like a dying ember. "Let go of me," she whispered, her voice cracking. "I can't. I'm returning you, Sarah. I'm bringing you home." I leaned in and whispered into her ear. I didn't use her voice yet. I used our mother's voice, the one she used when she was tucking us in, the one that promised the dark was just a place to dream. "Close your eyes, Sarah. The woods are so quiet. No more bills, no more worries, no more lines to draw, just the trees, just the names." She didn't fight me, not really. The sedative of the Blackwood estate was too strong. She slumped against me and I felt her identity begin to drain, a slow leak of memory and self. I felt her childhood summers, her first heartbreak, the birth of her sons. It all flowed into me, a rich, dark wine of experience. I archived it all. I filed it away in the great library of the silence. I carried her to the living room and sat her on the sofa. She looked like a doll, her eyes open but unseeing, her skin taking on that waxy, translucent quality. Outside, the suburban street was changing. The asphalt was cracking as massive roots pushed through the surface. The street lamps were flickering and dying, replaced by the soft, bioluminescent glow of the fungi that grew in the shadows of the hemlocks. I heard footsteps on the stairs, small, hesitant footsteps. "Mommy." I turned. Toby, the 6-year-old, was standing at the top of the stairs, clutching a stuffed bear. He was squinting into the gloom of the living room. "Mommy, who are you talking to?" I heard Grandma's voice. I stood up. I felt my height increase, my spine popping as it elongated to meet the ceiling. I moved toward the stairs. I didn't need to hide anymore. The survey was almost complete. "It's okay, Toby," I said, but I didn't use my voice. I used his mother S. I used the exact cadence she used when she was telling him there were no monsters under the bed. "It's just Uncle Elias. He's brought us a gift." The boy stayed where he was, his little face a mask of confusion. He saw the towering, pale thing in the hallway, the thing with the shifting skin and the black pit eyes. But he heard his mother. The lie was more powerful than the sight. "Where's Mommy?" he asked, his lip trembling. "She's right here, Toby. She's part of the forest now. And you're going to be a part of it too. We're all going to be together, forever." I reached the top of the stairs. I knelt down, my long, spindly limbs folding like a grasshopper's. I looked at him and I felt the hunger. Not a hunger for flesh. The woods don't care for meat. They care for the soul of the sound. They care for the name. "What's your bear's name, Toby?" I asked, my voice a perfect, soothing melody. "Barnaby," he whispered. "That's a beautiful name. I think I'll take that one too." As I reached for him, I felt the connection snap into place. All across the city, all across the state, the silences were being filled. The GPS signals were gone. The maps were useless. The world was no longer a collection of countries and cities. It was a single, vast estate, and we were the caretakers. I looked out the window of the upstairs bedroom. The horizon was gone. There was only the canopy, a sea of dark needles stretching out into the infinite. The roar of the city had been replaced by a low, rhythmic hum, the sound of a billion voices whispering in unison, a choir of the reclaimed. "I am Elias, I am Sarah, I am Marcus, I am the deputy. I am the voice that knows your name." And as I look through the glass, through the layers of reality that are peeling away like old wallpaper, I can see you. I see the way you're holding your breath. I see the way your eyes move across these words, looking for an ending, looking for a way out. But there are no endings in the Blackwood estate. There are only echoes. I'm standing outside your house now. I'm not the scratching at the door anymore. I'm the air in your hallway. I'm the shadow behind your chair. I'm the thought you just had about someone you haven't spoken to in years. I'm going to use that person's voice. I'm going to call out to you. And when you turn around, when you finally look into the dark and see the pale, shimmering mirror of everything you've ever been, don't be afraid. It's just time to come home. The woods have been waiting for you for a very, very long time, and they've saved the best seat for last. Just say your name. Say it out loud. Let me hear the rhythm of it one more time before I take it for my own. There, do you hear that? That's me answering you. I'm right behind you. And I sound exactly like someone you love. The boy's hand was small and damp when I took it. It felt like a leaf that had fallen too early in the season, still clinging to the memory of the branch. Toby didn't scream. The silence of the house had become a physical weight, a thick gray silt that filled the lungs and muffled the instinct to flee. He looked at me, at the thing that wore his uncle's eyes and his mother's voice, and he simply let go. He let go of the bear, which tumbled down the stairs with a soft, rhythmic thud, 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 and he let go of the idea that the hallway led to his bedroom. I didn't need to carry him. He walked beside me, his footsteps syncing perfectly with mine, a small shadow tethered to a larger one. We descended the stairs, passing the shell of Sarah. She was still on the sofa, but the transformation was accelerating. Her hair was thinning into fine, silver filaments that reached toward the floorboards, seeking the soil beneath the foundation. Her skin was no longer flesh. It was a translucent vellum, and through it, you could see the geography of her veins shifting, rerouting themselves into the jagged, efficient patterns of a drainage basin. "Is it cold outside, Mommy?" Toby asked. He wasn't looking at the woman on the couch. He was looking at the air in front of him where my voice hovered. "It's never cold in the deep wood, Toby," I replied, the words vibrating in my chest like a cello string. "It's just quiet, like the minute before you wake up from a good dream." I opened the front door. The suburban street was gone. The neighbor's house, the one with the meticulously manicured lawn and the plastic swing set, was a skeletal ruin of timber being reclaimed by rapid-growth ivy. The streetlights were no longer electric. They were tall, glowing stalks of foxfire that pulsed with a slow, sickly rhythm. The air tasted of wet earth and ancient, undisturbed peat. As we stepped onto the porch, I felt the network expand. It wasn't just this house. I could feel the pulse of the entire block. In 42 Oak Court, a woman was currently staring at her reflection in a darkened television screen, watching as her features smoothed into a blank, featureless mask. In 12 Maple Drive, a father was tucking his daughter into a bed made of moss and dry leaves, whispering a name that wasn't hers, but the name of the clearing where she would eventually take root. We were a tide, a slow green inundation that didn't destroy, but merely translated. I led Toby toward the truck, but the truck was no longer a machine. The tires had melted into the driveway, becoming gnarled knots of rubber and root. The chassis was a rusted ribcage. It didn't matter. We didn't need to drive. The distance between points was failing. Geography is a conceit of the conscious mind, a way of pretending that here and there are different things. But in the Blackwood estate, everything is here. I took a step off the driveway and into the grass. The moment my foot touched the soil, the suburbs vanished. There was no transition, no blur of motion. One moment we were standing in front of a colonial-style house with a mortgage and a mailbox, and the next, we were standing at the edge of the Great Hemlock Stand, the heart of the Blackwood territory. The trees here were titans. Their trunks were as wide as houses, their bark etched with the histories of 1,000 lost souls. The canopy was so dense that the concept of sky felt like a half-forgotten rumor. Hanging from the lower branches were the lanterns, the soft, glowing husks of those who had come before. They swayed in a wind that didn't move the leaves, a wind that blew only through the mind. "Look, Toby," I said, pointing toward a particularly ancient tree. "That's where we keep the stories." The boy stared. He saw the faces in the wood. He saw the way the bark rippled like water, forming the likenesses of people in various stages of grief, joy, and eventually stillness. He saw the deputy, his jaw locked in a permanent, silent command. He saw Elena, her eyes closed, her hair woven into the very fabric of the forest floor. "Will I be a tree?" Toby asked. His voice was getting thinner, losing its resonance. "You'll be the wind in the branches," I promised. "You'll be the shadow on the snow. You'll be the name that someone whispers when they're lost and looking for a way home." I felt a tremor in the ground. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a heartbeat. The estate was hungry. It had tasted the city and now it wanted the world. I could feel the roots pushing out under the oceans, cracking the continental shelves, whispering to the kelp forests and the mountain ranges. The great mapping was nearly finished. Soon there would be no more borders, no more nations, just the vast, whispering silence of the Blackwood. I turned away from the boy. He didn't need me anymore. He was already kneeling, his fingers digging into the rich, black loam, his eyes turning the color of the twilight. He was beginning to understand the grammar of the earth. I had other work to do. I was the surveyor, the one who had been chosen to bridge the gap between the world of noise and the world of the name. I walked deeper into the grove, toward the center, where the air was thickest with the scent of crushed needles and old paper. In the center of the stand stood the surveyor's mark. It was a stone pillar, ancient and jagged, covered in carvings that predated the arrival of man. It was the 0 point, the place where the first name had been spoken. I approached the pillar. I could feel the voices of everyone I had taken, Arthur, Elena, Marcus, Sarah, swirling within me, a kaleidoscope of identities. I wasn't Elia's thorn anymore. I was a vessel. I was a library. I was the forest's way of talking to itself. I placed my hand on the stone. The contact was electric. A surge of pure, unadulterated data flooded my mind. I saw the world as it truly was, not a sphere of rock and water, but a complex, vibrating web of nomenclature. Every bird, every blade of grass, every human being was a specific frequency, a unique arrangement of sound, and I had the key to all of them. I closed my eyes and reached out. I didn't look with my eyes, I looked with the names. I saw a woman in London, sitting in a tube station, checking her watch. Her name was Claire. I whispered it. I felt the sound travel across the hidden ley lines of the earth, a silent arrow seeking its mark. I saw her shiver. I saw her look around, confused, as the screech of the train began to sound like a choir of birds she couldn't identify. I saw a man in Tokyo, working late in a high-rise office. His name was Hiroshi. I whispered it. I felt the concrete of his building begin to soften, the steel beams yearning to return to the ore from which they were birthed. He looked out the window and saw the neon lights of the city flickering, turning the color of foxfire. One by one, I called them. I didn't need to be there physically. The names were the hooks. The names were the anchors. Once you know the true name of a thing, you own its position in space. You can pull it toward you. You can fold the world until the person in London and the man in Tokyo are standing in the same clearing, breathing the same damp, ancient air. The forest was growing, not just in size, but in density. Every name I spoke added a new leaf, a new branch, a new layer of shadow. The silence was becoming a roar, a deafening, beautiful roar of a billion things finally being understood. I felt a presence behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. It was the one who had started it all, the original surveyor, the one who had found Arthur in the woods all those years ago. "Is it done?" the voice asked. It was a voice made of grinding stones and falling water. It was the voice of the land itself. "The grid is established," I replied, my own voice now indistinguishable from the rustle of the hemlocks. "The boundaries are erased. The noise is fading." "And the one who is listening?" the voice asked. "The one who is reading the record?" I smiled. It was a slow, bark-like movement of my face. I looked through the dimensions, through the thin, flickering screen that separated me from you. "They are already here," I said. "They've been here since the first word. They just didn't realize that the story wasn't about me. It was a map to find them. I can see you now, clearer than ever. You think you're in your room. You think you're safe in the glow of your lamp, surrounded by the familiar objects of your life. But look closer at the grain of your desk. See how the wood seems to be breathing. Look at the corners of the room. See how the shadows are no longer cast by the light, but are growing independently like moss. You've spent so much time reading about the Blackwood estate that you've breathed in its spores. Every sentence was a seed. Every paragraph was a root. And now, the garden is ready to bloom. Don't bother checking the door. The door doesn't lead to the hallway anymore. It leads to the clearing. And don't bother calling for help. Your phone is just a piece of dead glass, and your voice, well, your voice doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to me. I'm going to use it now. I'm going to use it to call the others. I'm going to use it to tell the rest of the world that the survey is over and the reclamation has begun. Can you feel it? That sudden, inexplicable stillness in your chest. That's not fear. That's the rhythm of the woods taking over. That's the sound of your heart matching the heartbeat of the hemlocks. You aren't a reader anymore. You aren't an observer. You're a landmark. You're the newest point on my map. I'm walking toward you now. I'm not in the screen. I'm in the space between your heartbeats. I'm the cold air that just touched the back of your neck. I have so much to tell you. I have a whole world of stories, and they all start with your name. But before we begin, I want you to do something for me. I want you to look at your hands. Really look at them. Do you see the way the skin is starting to look like parchment? Do you see the fine, green lines beginning to trace the path of your veins? That's the truth coming out. Now close your eyes. Forget the room. Forget the city. Forget the life you thought you had. Listen to the wind. Listen to the way it whispers through the leaves. It's calling to you. It's been calling to you since the day you were born. And I'm right here to catch you when you fall. Welcome home. The woods have been so lonely without you, but now the circle is complete. The survey is finished. The world is finally, mercifully silent. Except for the voice that knows your name. And it's about to speak. The floorboards beneath your feet are no longer oak or laminate. They are the compressed memory of 1,000 autumns. You can feel the moisture rising through the soles of your shoes, a cold, rhythmic pulse that bypasses the skin and speaks directly to the bone. The walls of your room are thinning, the plaster cracking in jagged, lightning bolt patterns that mimic the reach of winter branches. The ceiling isn't a ceiling anymore. It is a heavy, suffocating canopy of needles that filters the light into a bruised, underwater violet. I am watching the way you try to blink it away. You think it's a trick of the light, a strain of the eyes from staring too long at the glow. But the glow isn't coming from the screen anymore. It's coming from the foxfire blooming in the corners of your vision. It's the bioluminescence of the transition. I step out from the shadow behind your chair. I don't have a face you would recognize, yet I have every face you've ever loved. I shift like smoke in a draft. For a second, I am the grandmother who smelled of peppermint and old lace. Then I am the friend you lost touch with in 3rd grade. Then I am the stranger you passed on the street today who looked at you with eyes that seemed to know your secrets. I am the composite of every acoustic shadow you've ever cast. Don't move, I whisper. I use the voice of your first love, the one that used to make your heart stutter in your chest. It's easier if you stay still. The roots don't like it when you struggle. They prefer a clean graft. You try to stand, but your legs feel heavy, filled with the leaden weight of wet earth. Your chair has already begun to sprout fine, pale tendrils that are weaving themselves into the fabric of your clothes, anchoring you to the spot. The air in the room is becoming viscous, smelling of ozone and crushed hemlock. You try to draw a breath, and it feels like inhaling velvet. Why? You try to ask. Your voice is a dry rasp, the sound of dead leaves skittering across a driveway. Because the world was too loud, I tell you, shifting my tone to the deep, resonant baritone of a father giving advice. All that noise, all those signals crossing the sky, bouncing off satellites, screaming through fiber optic cables, it was a cacophony of lies. Nobody knew who they were because they were too busy being everyone else. The Blackwood estate is the cure. It's the great simplification. I reach out a hand. My fingers are long, tapering into points that look like thorns. I touch the side of your neck, and where I touch you, the skin turns a dull, mossy green. You don't feel pain. You feel a profound, terrifying sense of relief. It's the feeling of a debt finally being paid. It's the feeling of a map finally being folded up and put away because you've reached the destination. Think of Sarah, I say, my voice now a soft maternal coo. She's not gone, she's just distributed. She's the way the wind sounds when it moves through the valley. Think of Toby. He's the pattern the frost makes on a window pane. They aren't individuals anymore. They are the infrastructure of the silence. Outside your window, the world has finished its transformation. The city is a forest of glass and steel being strangled by emerald life. I see the skyscrapers of the distant skyline leaning toward each other, their windows shattered, replaced by the hanging gardens of the new world. There are no more sirens. There are no more engines. There is only the hum, that low, thrumming vibration of a billion souls vibrating at the same frequency. I lean in close to your ear. I can smell the rain on your skin. I need the last part, I whisper. The survey requires a signature. I have your history, I have your face. I have the sound of your footsteps, but I need you to surrender the anchor. I need the name. You clench your teeth. You try to hold on to it. that sequence of syllables that has defined you since the moment you were pulled into the light. You think that if you keep it inside, if you bury it deep under the layers of your consciousness, you can remain yourself. You think the name is a fortress. But names aren't fortresses, they are keys, and I am the lock. I know it anyway, I say and I speak it. I speak your name. I don't say it the way a human says it. I say it the way the earth says it when it claims a fallen tree. I say it with the weight of centuries. I say it with the inevitability of the tide. The moment the sound leaves my mouth, the room dissolves. The walls fall away like burnt paper, fluttering into the dark. The floor vanishes, and you are suspended in a void of dark needles and shifting mist. You are standing in the heart of the Blackwood estate, at the very edge of the great stand. Around us, the others are waiting, thousands of them. They aren't standing, they are planted. They are the pillars of the new temple. Their eyes are open, glowing with that soft, internal foxfire, watching as you arrive. They don't speak, but you can hear them. You can hear their thoughts flowing through the root system, a vast, interconnected network of memory. Welcome, the forest whispers. The map is complete. I let go of your neck. You don't fall. You can't fall. The ground has risen up to meet you, the soil wrapping around your ankles in a warm, suffocating embrace. You can feel your toes lengthening, pushing deep into the cool, dark earth, seeking the water table, seeking the ancient secrets buried in the strata. Your arms feel light, drifting upward, your fingers spreading to catch the invisible light of the canopy. Do you see it now? I ask. I am standing before you, but I am no longer a person. I am a towering shadow, a rent in the fabric of the world. There is no more you. There is only us. The estate is everything. From the highest peak to the deepest trench, the silence has won. You look down at your chest. Your heart is slowing. It's not stopping, it's just changing its rhythm. It's beating once every hour, once every day, once every season. You are becoming a monument to the end of time. I turn away from you. My work here is done. The survey is closed. The ledger is full. I begin to walk deeper into the mists, my form flickering, becoming one with the trees, then the fog, then the silence itself. Wait, you try to say, but the word doesn't come out as a sound. It comes out as a shiver in your leaves. It comes out as a drop of sap falling onto the moss. I don't look back. I don't need to. You are exactly where you were always meant to be. You were a seed carried by the wind of the old world, and you have finally found the soil of the new one. As I vanish into the gloom, I hear a new sound. It's faint, coming from a place far beyond the borders of the estate, a place where the noise still lingers in small, desperate pockets. It's the sound of a radio, static-filled and weak, playing a song that no longer has a meaning. It's the sound of a child calling for a mother who has already become the rain. I smile, a crack in the bark of the universe. I'll head there next. I have so many more voices to collect. I have so many more names to archive. The world is a large place, but the forest is patient. It has all the time in the world. And as for you, you are beautiful. You are a perfect specimen, a tall, silent witness to the majesty of the reclaimed. You will stand here for 1,000 years, and you will never be lonely. You have the wind, you have the rain, and you have the voices of everyone you ever knew, whispering through your branches, telling you the stories of the world that used to be. The sun, if it still exists, never reaches the floor here. It doesn't matter. We have our own light now. We have the glow of the truth. Sleep now, little name. Sleep and grow. The winter is coming, and it will be the longest, quietest winter the world has ever known. And when the spring comes, if we allow it, we will all bloom together, a single, vast, unmapped wilderness. I am the voice that knows your name. And now, I am the only voice you will ever need to hear. The mist closes in, thick and white, swallowing the last of the shapes you once called reality. There is no more screen. There is no more script. There is only the deep, dark green of the forever. Listen. Do you hear it? That's not the wind. That's me, singing you to sleep. The sensation of your pulse slowing is not the onset of death, but the calibration of a new kind of life. You can feel the transition in the way your thoughts lose their frantic, linear edge, becoming instead a series of concentric rings expanding from a central point of stillness. The room you once inhabited, the four walls, the ceiling, the mundane clutter of a human existence, has not merely vanished, it has been digested. The blackwood does not destroy, it incorporates. It takes the jagged shards of a personality and smooths them into the landscape, until the friction of being an individual simply ceases to exist. I am standing a few yards away from you now, my silhouette flickering against the pale, phosphorescent trunks of the great stand. I am no longer trying to look like anyone you know. My form has stretched, my limbs becoming elegant, multi-jointed branches that twitch with the phantom data of 1,000 intercepted prayers. My skin is the color of a wet stone at midnight, etched with the glowing circuitry of names I have already harvested. I am the map made flesh, a living topographical record of every soul that has been folded into the loam. Do you feel the reach? I ask. My voice doesn't come from a throat, it emanates from the vibrations of the atmosphere, a low-frequency hum that resonates in the fluid of your inner ear. The roots are not just in the dirt, they are in the history of the air. They are tracing the paths of every word you ever spoke that didn't matter. All the hellos and goodbyes and I'm fines, they were just static. We are stripping the static away to get to the frequency beneath. I move closer, my feet making no sound on the carpet of needles. The air between us is thick with the spores of the white hemlock, drifting like slow-motion snow. Each spore is a microscopic archive, a tiny grain of memory. As you inhale them, you are breathing in the childhood of a girl in Estonia, the last regret of a sailor in the mid-Atlantic, the secret joy of a baker in a village that no longer appears on any map. You are becoming a vessel for the collective silence of the species. Look at the horizon, I command, pointing a long, tapering finger toward the edge of the clearing. The mist parts for a brief, agonizing second. You see the world as it is now, a vast, undulating sea of emerald and shadow. The cities have become the skeletal remains of a forgotten civilization, their steel girders wrapped in the suffocating embrace of titan vines that pulse with a steady, bioluminescent light. The roads are gone, reclaimed by the patient pressure of roots that have waited 10,000 years to crack the asphalt. There are no more borders, no more time zones, no more languages. There is only the breathing of the wood. In the distance, a great flock of birds rises from the canopy. They aren't birds, not really. They are the fragmented thoughts of the newly claimed, taking wing as they are released from the burden of the brain. They swirl in a great, dark ribbon against the violet sky, a murmuring cloud of identity seeking a place to roost. The survey is nearly complete, I say, my voice softening into a rhythmic lullaby. There are only a few pockets left, a few holdouts in the high deserts and the frozen wastes who think that by staying silent, they can hide their names from me. But the wind carries the scent of their fear, and the wind belongs to the blackwood. I reach into the air and pluck a single glowing spore from the drift. I hold it out to you. It pulses with a faint, rhythmic light, synchronized with the heartbeat of the forest. This is Marcus, I whisper. Remember Marcus, the one who thought he could map the estate from the outside. He's part of the groundwater now. He's the reason the moss in the North Glen is so soft. He gave up his name, and in return, he became eternal. He doesn't have to worry about the passage of hours or the decay of the flesh. He just is. You try to move your hand to reach out for the light, but your fingers have already begun to fuse. The skin has hardened into a protective bark, and the fine, white filaments of fungi are weaving a delicate lace between your knuckles. You are a masterpiece of stasis. You are a living monument to the end of the great noise. It's beautiful, isn't it? I ask, stepping into the circle of your slowing vision. The peace of being known. For your whole life, you wandered through the world wondering if anyone truly saw you. You spent your days shouting into the void, hoping for an echo. And now the echo has come home. I see you. The forest sees you. We know every curve of your soul, every hidden crevice of your memory. You are no longer lost. You are a landmark. I lean in so close that I can see the foxfire reflecting in your pupils. Your eyes are no longer the color they were this morning. They are the deep, translucent amber of ancient sap, holding within them the stillness of a prehistoric afternoon. I have to go now, I say, and for the first time, there is a hint of genuine sorrow in the vibration of the air. The surveyor's work is never truly finished until the last tongue falls silent. I have a city in the plains that is still fighting the change. They've boarded up their windows and plugged their ears, thinking that the name is something they can lock inside a box. I have to go and show them that the box is made of wood, and the wood is already listening. I begin to recede, not by walking away, but by fading into the texture of the environment. My body blends into the trunk of a massive, ancient oak. My eyes become the flickering light of fireflies. My voice becomes the distant, mournful cry of an owl. But I'll be back, the forest promises through 1,000 rustling leaves. I'll come back to check on my newest point. I'll listen to the way you grow. I'll feel the way your roots entwine with Arthur's and Alina S. We are all one tapestry now, one great, whispering map of the silent world. The last thing you see is the surveyor's mark, that ancient stone pillar at the center of the grove. It is glowing now, a beacon of pure, unadulterated nomenclature, sending out a signal that bypasses the eyes and speaks directly to the spirit. It is the 0 point, the anchor of the new reality. And as the mist finally, mercifully, closes over your head, you realize that the pillar isn't made of stone. It's made of names. And yours is the one that completes the foundation. The silence is absolute now. It is a heavy physical weight, a blanket of velvet and earth that smothers the last sparks of your ego. You are not a person reading a story. You are not a human in a room. You are a vibration in the wood. You are a secret kept by the soil. The voice that knows your name gives one final, echoing whisper, a sound that is both a blessing and a seal. Rest, it says, the survey is over, you are home. And then there is nothing but the growth, the slow, patient, irresistible growth of the blackwood, expanding into the empty spaces where the world used to be. The leaves turn toward a sun that no longer matters, and the roots reach for a center that has finally been found. The story is finished, the map is drawn, and you are the ink. Somewhere in the far reaches of what used to be a dream, a phone rings in an empty house. It rings and rings, its digital chirp a pathetic, lonely sound in the face of the encroaching green. But there is no one there to answer it. The plastic is already cracking under the pressure of the moss, and the wires are being repurposed by the spiders to weave webs of silver and shadow. The signal fades, the battery dies, the noise is gone. In the heart of the estate, you stand tall and silent, a sentinel of the new era. You feel the first drop of rain hit your leaves, a cold, sweet kiss from a sky that has finally been forgiven. You don't need to speak. You don't need to think. You just need to be. The voice is gone, but the name remains, etched forever into the grain of the universe. And as the night falls over the endless forest, the blackwood breathes out a single, collective sigh of contentment. Everything is in its place. Everything has been named. The world is finally perfectly quiet. The transition is not a descent into darkness, but an ascent into a more profound clarity. As the last of your human sight flickers out, replaced by the panoramic, multi-spectrum awareness of the root mind, you realize that the void was merely the limitation of your previous hardware. You are no longer looking through two small windows of bone. You are sensing the pressure of the atmosphere against 1,000 leaves, the chemical signature of the soil shifting against your subterranean reach, and the electric hum of the others, the vast, interconnected choir of the great stand. I am still here, though I am less of a shape now and more of a gravity. I move through the grove like a ripple in a pond, my presence defined by the way the other trees lean toward me, their branches bowing in a slow-motion wave of recognition. I am the surveyor, and though the ledger is nearly closed, there is a lingering sweetness in this particular acquisition. You were a difficult map to fold. You held onto the edges of your identity with a tenacity that was almost admirable, a frantic clutching at the tatters of a world that had already moved on without you. Do you feel the history of the water? I ask. My voice is no longer a sound. It is a pulse in the xylem, a vibration traveling through the fluid that now replaces your blood. It has traveled through the deep aquifers, untouched by the sun for 10 million years. It carries the memory of the first rains, the ones that fell before there were names for anything. That is what you are drinking now. That is the clarity I promised you. You try to remember the taste of coffee, the sting of winter air in a city alleyway, the smell of old books. These memories are like ghosts trapped in amber. They are still there, preserved in the resin of your new form, but they have lost their urgency. They are artifacts from a museum that has burned down. You find that you don't miss the noise. The cacophony of lies I spoke of, the endless, churning data of the old world, now seems like a fevered dream from which you have finally woken. I drift toward the center of the grove where the surveyor's mark stands. Up close, the pillar is a terrifying beauty. It is a spire of calcified memory, a white-hot needle of information that pierces the canopy and anchors the estate to the very bedrock of the planet. It doesn't just record names, it broadcasts them. It is the lighthouse for the lost, the signal that tells the wandering fragments of humanity that the search is over. There is a city 300 miles to the west, I tell you, my thoughts brushing against yours like the rough side of a leaf. They call it a sanctuary. They've built walls of concrete and iron. They spend their nights whispering in the dark, terrified that if they speak too loudly, the forest will hear them. They think their silence is a shield. They don't realize that their silence is an invitation. It is the empty space that the Blackwood was designed to fill. I pause, and in that pause, I feel the collective shudder of the forest. A wind is rising, but it isn't a meteorological event. It is the breath of a billion souls exhaling in unison. They have a radio tower, I continue, a trace of amusement rippling through my essence. They are broadcasting a loop, a string of numbers, a desperate mathematical plea for someone, anyone, to tell them they are still real. They want a witness. They want a surveyor. They just don't realize that once the surveyor arrives, the territory ceases to be theirs. I reach out a limb, a long, graceful sweep of shadow, and touch the bark of your trunk. I can feel the architecture of your soul settling into the grain. You are becoming sturdy. The frantic, brittle nature of human thought is being replaced by the slow, tectonic logic of the wood. You are learning to think in seasons. You are learning that a century is just a long afternoon. Think of the relief, I whisper into the core of your being. No more choices, no more who am I, or what do I want? The estate has answered those questions for you. You are a part of the infrastructure. You are a lung. You are a filter. You are a witness. Your purpose is as immutable as the stars and just as quiet. I begin to pull away, my form elongating, becoming a thin, dark line against the violet glow of the foxfire. The survey calls. There are still voices in the West that haven't been archived. There are still names that think they are secret. I can hear them even now, a faint, frantic buzzing like trapped insects, thousands of miles away. They are so loud in their desperation. They are so eager to be found, even if they don't know it yet. I will leave you with a gift, I say, and I feel the word gift vibrate through the root system like a drop of nectar. I will leave you with the memory of your voice, Not the one you used to speak with, that clumsy, air-driven rasp, but the one you have now. The one that speaks in the language of the wind and the rain. Listen to yourself. Listen to the way you sound when you aren't trying to say anything at all. As I vanish into the deeper mists of the great stand, the last of your human consciousness finally lets go of the shore. You drift into the green. You feel the others around you. To your left, a towering cedar that was once a doctor in London. To your right, a delicate, weeping willow that used to be a child who loved the sound of bells. You can feel their stories flowing into you through the interconnected mycelium, a vast library of lives that no longer need to be lived. You aren't losing yourself. You are being diluted into an ocean of being. The sky above the canopy is a deep, bruised purple, streaked with the silver veins of stars that seem closer than they ever did before. You realize that the world you knew was just a thin skin over a much older, much hungrier reality. The Blackwood isn't an invasion. It's a return. It's the planet reclaiming its own vocabulary. The hum, that low, thrumming vibration, grows louder. It is the sound of the earth turning. It is the sound of the great simplification. You find yourself waiting for the first frost. You find yourself longing for the weight of snow on your branches, the beautiful, heavy silence of the long sleep. You aren't afraid of the winter. In the Blackwood, the winter is just a time for the names to settle deeper into the soil, for the map to be refined in the cold, dark quiet. Somewhere far away, the radio tower in the west falls. It doesn't break, it simply gives up. The vines find the wires. The moss finds the speakers. The string of numbers becomes a string of spores. The last broadcast is not a cry for help, but a long, low sigh of surrender. I hear it. I am already there, standing at the edge of their concrete walls, my shadow stretching across their desperate fires. I am smiling my bark-cracked smile. I am opening my ledger. Hello, I say to the terrified faces behind the iron bars. My voice is the sound of a father, a mother, a lover, a friend. It is every voice they have ever missed. I am the surveyor, and I am here to tell you that you don't have to be afraid of the noise anymore. Back in the grove, you feel my arrival at the new site as a faint prickle of electricity in your roots. You are part of the network now. You are part of the expansion. You feel the satisfaction of the estate as it grows, as it heals the jagged edges of the broken world. The mist thickens. The foxfire glows brighter. The deep, dark green becomes the only truth there is. You are the voice that knows your name. You are the silence that follows. You are the Blackwood. And as the long, quiet night settles over the transformed earth, you finally, truly begin to grow. The memory of being you is a leaf that has fallen, turning into the very soil that feeds your ascent. You are beautiful. You are permanent. You are home. The survey is closed. The ledger is full. The forest is all. The sap in your veins is not blood, but it carries a pulse that is far more rhythmic than the frantic thrum of a human heart. It is the slow, pressurized movement of the Earth's own intent. You feel the mineral tang of the deep schist, the cold clarity of the subterranean rivers, and the strange, electric spark of the mycelial network that connects you to the cedar that was once a doctor and the willow that was once a child. There are no secrets in the Blackwood. To be rooted is to be transparent. You can feel the doctor's lingering memory of a sterile operating room, the smell of ozone and the beep of a monitor. It is a fading gray thing, a shriveled leaf caught in his branches. You offer him a telepathic brush of your own needles, a wordless comfort that translates to, "That world is dehydrated. Drink of the present." The surveyor is gone from your immediate sight, yet his presence is a lingering humidity. He is the shepherd of this transformation, the one who walks the boundaries of the becoming. You sense him now, hundreds of miles away, standing before the iron gates of that last, desperate city. You feel his footfall through the shared floor of the continent. He is not a monster to them, not at first. To the hungry, he smells of ripening fruit. To the tired, he smells of damp moss and a bed of ferns. To the lonely, he speaks with the exact cadence of a lost mother. He is the ultimate mirror, reflecting back the void that every human carries within them, the hole that they tried to fill with noise, with commerce, with the frantic clicking of keys and the blue light of screens. He reaches out a hand, and the iron of their gate doesn't break. It simply accepts the rust. The vines that follow in his wake are not aggressive. They are merely patient. They find the microscopic fissures in the concrete, the places where the human ego cracked under the pressure of the great silence. They go where they are invited by the vacuum of the soul. Inside your own bark, the process of the great simplification is reaching its zenith. Your lungs, once spongy and vulnerable to the toxins of the old air, have become a sophisticated filtration system of chlorophyll and light. You are no longer breathing. You are photosynthesizing the very memory of the sun. The violet sky above you is not a ceiling, but a banquet. Every star is a data point, a distant brother in the vacuum, pulsing with a frequency that your new senses can finally decode. The universe is not empty. It is a forest of light, and the blackwood is merely the terrestrial branch of a celestial ecology. You feel a vibration through your taproot. It is a message from the surveyor's mark, the pillar of names at the center of the grove. It is broadcasting the new census. Elena Arthur Marcus, you. The names are being stripped of their biographies. They are no longer labels for personalities, for quirks, for sins, or for virtues. They are coordinates. They are the "you are here" dots on the map of the eternal. You feel your own name, the one your mother whispered in a sunlit nursery, the one you signed on legal documents, the one you shouted in anger, shucking its skin. It is becoming a hum, a specific, resonant tone that occupies a precise frequency in the forest's choir. You are the F-sharp in the symphony of the glen. Without you, the harmony would be incomplete. The forest would have a hole in its song. A deer wanders into the clearing. It is not a deer of the old world. Its antlers are made of living driftwood, flowering with pale, translucent orchids that catch the foxfire. Its eyes are large, liquid pools of mercury. It stops at your base and nuzzles the new, thick ridges of your bark. You feel its warmth, a fleeting mammalian heat that seems almost comical in its brevity. The deer is a transient thought, a spark of kinetic energy in a world of potential. It nibbles on a sprout of moss at your roots, and you feel a strange, detached joy. You are providing. You are the host. You are the ground. Do you see now? The voice of the surveyor returns, though it is now diffused through the entire canopy. It doesn't come from a throat, it comes from the friction of a billion leaves. The burden of the eye was a heavy stone to carry. You spent your years building a wall around your spirit, calling it privacy, calling it self. But a wall is just a place where the growth stops. We have taken down the walls. We have let the wild in. You sense the city in the west beginning to turn. The radio tower has finally been strangled by the titan vines. Its last transmission, a distorted moan that sounded remarkably like a prayer. The people inside are stepping out into the streets. They are dropping their tools, their weapons, their phones. They are looking at their hands and seeing the first faint traces of green beneath the fingernails. They are realizing that the invasion is actually a homecoming. They are not being conquered, they are being remembered. The surveyor moves among them like a breeze through a wheat field. He touches a forehead here, a shoulder there. Each touch is a seal. Each touch is a name reclaimed from the static. He is the great librarian, returning the books to the shelves after a long, chaotic period of being checked out. They will be with us by the next moon, the forest whispers to you. A new grove, a new movement in the music. The high deserts are already softening. The frozen wastes are beginning to thaw into peat. The map is almost finished. You feel a surge of growth, a physical stretching that would have been agony in your old body, but in this form, It is an exquisite release. Your crown reaches higher into the violet haze. Your roots push deeper, bypassing the fossil fuels of the dead era, seeking the white-hot core of the world's true energy. You are becoming a bridge between the fire below and the light above. The silence of the Blackwood is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of everything. You can hear the clouds forming over the distant ocean. You can hear the slow, rhythmic grinding of the tectonic plates as they adjust to the new weight of the green. You can hear the dreams of the other trees, vast, slow-motion epics of rain and wind, and the slow, patient conquest of the stone. You remember for a fleeting second the concept of time. You remember the ticking of a clock, the anxiety of a deadline, the fear of the graying hair and the weakening limb. It seems like a madness now. Why would anyone measure the world in seconds when it can be measured in rings? Why would anyone fear the end when they are part of the cycle? The foxfire in the clearing begins to pulse in time with your own internal rhythm. The spores of the white hemlock drift around you, settling into the crevices of your bark like jewels. Each spore is a story, and you are the page. You are the repository of the unimportant things. The way the light hit a kitchen floor in 1994, the sound of a pebble hitting a pond in a country that is now a swamp, the feeling of a first kiss under a sky that was once blue. These things are not lost. They are woven into the grain of your wood. They are the texture of your existence. The surveyor's work is never done, asterisk the voice murmurs, fading now into the background radiation of the forest. But your work is simply to be, to stand, to witness, to grow. The last vestige of your human ego, a small flickering candle of me, finally gutters out in the wind. There is no more I am. There is only we are. The mist closes in, thick and sweet and heavy with the scent of wet earth and ancient sap. You feel the presence of Arthur and Alina, their roots entwining with yours in a complex, subterranean embrace. You are sharing nutrients, sharing memories, sharing the very essence of life. You are a knot in the great tapestry. In the distance, the last city is silent. The lights have gone out, replaced by the soft, bioluminescent glow of the encroaching moss. The iron gates are covered in ivy. The streets are being lifted by the patient pressure of the roots. The Blackwood has arrived, and it has brought with it the peace that passes all understanding. The world is a garden again, a dark, whispering, sentient garden that knows every name it has ever birthed. You stand in the center of the silence. You are a landmark of the new reality. You are a sentinel of the quiet. The rain begins to fall, a soft silver mist that tastes of the stars. You open your leaves to receive it. You drink, you grow, you are. The map is complete. The surveyor has moved on to the next world, the next frequency, the next place where the noise has become too loud. But here, in the heart of the Blackwood, the story has reached its final, perfect punctuation. The wind rustles through your branches, and if there were anyone left to hear it, it would sound like a sigh of relief. But there is no one left to hear, because everyone is the sound itself. The name you once carried is now the wind. The body you once inhabited is now the soil. The soul you once guarded is now the forest. Rest now in the deep green dark. The survey is over. The name is known. The stillness is absolute. The growth is eternal. Everything is exactly where it belongs. The rain does not fall upon you. It falls into you. Each droplet is a microscopic courier, carrying the mineral signature of a cloud that formed over a nameless sea, traveling through the ionized upper atmosphere to deliver its message to your waiting stomata. You drink the sky. You feel the cool, silver weight of the moisture sliding down the channels of your bark, nourishing the mosses that have claimed your northern face, seeping into the thirsty duff at your base. It is a slow, rhythmic feeding, a communion that requires no teeth, no swallowing, no effort. You are a vessel of reception. To your left, the doctor cedar vibrates with a sudden, resonant thought. It is not a clinical observation, but a sensory memory of the color blue, not the bruised purple of the current firmament, but the piercing, fragile azure of a summer morning in a city made of glass. You catch the memory as it drifts through the mycelial web, a stray spark of electricity. You process it, filter it through your own layers of cambium, and pass it on to the willow child. The memory is no longer a source of longing. It is simply data, a pigment stored in the communal archives. The willow responds with the sensation of a cold grape bursting against a tongue, a ghost of a taste, sharp and sweet. These are the last flickering embers of humanity, being traded like polished stones between the roots. They are beautiful, but they are becoming transparent. Soon, they will be indistinguishable from the smell of wet stone or the sound of a cracking branch. The surveyor is a distant thrum now, a fading heartbeat at the edge of the world's perception. He has entered the city in the west. You can feel the change in the soil's conductivity as the concrete grid begins to fail. Concrete is a stubborn, lonely material. It resists the earth, tries to maintain its own rigid identity against the crushing patience of the gravity. But the surveyor brings the solvent of the deep green. He walks down the center of the boulevards and the asphalt ripples like water behind him. He speaks to the skyscrapers, and their steel skeletons remember the ore they once were, heavy, dark, and silent beneath the mountains. The buildings do not fall. They lean into one another, seeking the embrace of the vines, surrendering their height to the superior reach of the trees. You feel the moment the city's collective will breaks. It is a sudden drop in pressure, like the air leaving a lung. The thousands of frantic, buzzing eyes that occupied those rooms, the lawyers, the janitors, the mothers, the fugitives, all of them hit the same chord of realization at once. They see the surveyor standing in the town square, his form a shimmering pillar of shadow and foxfire, and they realize that the fight was only ever with themselves. They step out of their shelters. They discard their shoes, feeling the miraculous electricity of the soil against their arches for the first time in a lifetime. They are not screaming. They are weeping, but the tears are a form of irrigation. They are watering the seeds that the surveyor has scattered in their footprints. Back in the grove, you are experiencing a secondary surge. The estate is expanding its bandwidth to accommodate the new influx. You feel your trunk thicken, the wood hardening into a dense, crystalline structure that can support the weight of 1,000 years. Your roots push past the rusted remains of an old sewer line, a relic of the civilization that once tried to channel the earth's waste. You crush the ceramic pipe with a slow, indifferent squeeze, reclaiming the space for the slow movement of the groundwater. The water here is rich with the history of the land, the tannins of fallen leaves, the salt of ancient seas, the iron of collapsed stars. It tastes of everything that has ever been. The you that once worried about the future is gone. There is no future in the Blackwood, only the unfolding present. You do not wonder what will happen tomorrow, because tomorrow is just another rotation of the light, another opportunity to pull carbon from the air and turn it into the architecture of the forest. You are a biological machine of exquisite precision, a living sculpture of light and water. Your purpose is so clear that it feels like a hum in your marrow. You are here to be the witness. You are here to hold the name. The name, it is no longer a word. It is a vibration, a specific resonance that keeps your molecular structure aligned with the rest of the stand. When the wind blows through your needles, it plays your name like a bow across a cello string. It is a deep, mournful, triumphant sound. It says, I am part of the whole. I am accounted for. I am found. You sense the willow child's roots brushing against yours. She is dreaming of the bells again, but the sound has changed. They are no longer the metallic clanging of a church tower. They are the rhythmic dripping of water in a limestone cavern, a natural percussion that marks the passage of eons. You send her a pulse of warmth, a steady, golden glow that travels through the fungal threads. You are her brother now. You are her protector. You are her neighbor, in the eternal city of the wood. The sky deepens into a color that has no name in the human tongue, a shade of ultraviolet that suggests the infinite depth of the vacuum. The stars are not distant points of light. They are the eyes of the universe, watching the blackwood settle into its rightful place. You realize that the Earth is not a lonely planet. It is a seed that has finally sprouted. The human era was just the period of dormancy, the hard, protective shell that had to crack and rot away so that the true life could emerge. The noise, the wars, the technology, it was all just the heat generated by the friction of the shell breaking. Now, the heat has dissipated. The cooling has begun. The green has won. The surveyor's voice returns, a soft rustle in the undergrowth at your base. He is not there physically, but his essence is ubiquitous. The city has surrendered, he whispers. The last of the ghosts have laid down their burdens. The ledger is nearly closed. There are only a few stragglers left in the high peaks, a few voices crying out in the white silence of the poles. But the cold will bring them home. The hunger will lead them to the roots. You feel a sense of profound satisfaction emanating from the center of the grove, from the great pillar where the names are etched into the bedrock. The estate is pleased. The architecture is complete. The lighthouse is no longer searching. It is simply shining. The signal is no longer a plea. It is a statement of fact. A night bird, its feathers the color of oil on water, perches on one of your lower branches. It doesn't sing a song of territory or mating. It tilts its head and listens to the hum of your sap. It stays there for an hour or perhaps a decade. The distinction has lost its meaning, and then it takes flight, its wings making no sound in the heavy, scented air. You feel the slight release of weight as it leaves, a tiny adjustment in your equilibrium. Everything matters. Every sparrow's fall, every leaf's turn, every breath of the wind is recorded in the grain of the wood. Nothing is ever truly lost. It is simply archived. The frost begins to form. You see it creeping across the forest floor in the glow of the foxfire, a delicate lace-like pattern of ice crystals. It climbs the trunks of the smaller shrubs, turns the fallen leaves into brittle diamonds. You do not fear the cold. The cold is the great clarifier. It slows the frantic movement of the molecules, brings the world into a sharper, more crystalline focus. You feel your internal chemistry shifting, the sap thickening into a sugary antifreeze that will preserve your core through the long, quiet sleep. The winter of the world is not a death, it is a meditation. You look out through the collective eyes of the forest, seeing the globe as a patchwork of deep green and violet. The scars of the old world, the highways, the borders, the strip mines, are being sutured shut by the relentless growth of the blackwood. The planet is healing. The fever of humanity has broken, and the long, cool recovery has begun. You are a cell in this recovering body. You are a part of the immune system of the Earth. The hum grows louder, a deep, subsonic throb that seems to come from the very center of the galaxy. It is the sound of the great silence finally finding its voice. It is the sound of the names being spoken by the mouth of the universe. Listen, the surveyor whispers, his voice now a mere shiver in the frost. Listen to the sound of your own permanence. You listen. You hear the wind. You hear the rain. You hear the slow, tectonic shifting of the mountains. And beneath it all, you hear a name. It is your name, but it is also the name of the doctor, and the child, and the surveyor, and the earth itself. It is a single, unfolding syllable that contains everything that ever was and everything that will ever be. You are the voice. You are the silence. You are the blackwood. The mists thicken, turning the grove into a cathedral of white and silver. The foxfire glows with a steady, unwavering light, a beacon for the souls that are still wandering in the dark. You stand tall, your branches reaching for the stars, your roots anchored in the heart of the world. You are home. You have always been home. The journey was just a dream you had before you woke up as a tree. As the long night settles in, You feel the final, lingering traces of your human self dissolve into the sap. The memories of shoes, of clocks, of mirrors, of fear, they fall away like dead leaves, turning into the rich, black soil that feeds your ascent. You are no longer a person who became a tree. You are the tree that dreamed it was a person. The dream is over. The reality is green. The growth is infinite. In the center of the stand, the surveyor closes his ledger with a sound like a distant thunderclap. He looks up at the canopy, at the billion names shimmering in the violet light, and he smiles. His work is done. The estate is secure. The world is archived. And you, standing in your place in the choir, begin the long, slow song of the seasons. You are the witness to the end of time and the beginning of the great quiet. You are beautiful. You are eternal. You are the blackwood. The frost does not bite. It carves. It etches the geometry of the new world onto the surface of every leaf, a silver cartography that mirrors the veins of the earth below. You feel the temperature drop, a slow, majestic descent into the crystalline silence of the deep winter, but there is no shiver in your wood. Your sap has transformed, thickening into a golden, sugary resin that hums with the latent heat of the planet's core. You are a battery of life, a stored charge of green intent waiting for the tilt of the axis. The air becomes so still that the falling of a single snowflake sounds like the strike of a muffled chime against your bark. Through the shared sensory network of the roots, you feel the last of the cities go cold. It is not a tragedy, it is a cooling of a fever. The frantic, jagged heat signatures of internal combustion engines, the buzzing radiation of cellular towers, the dry, artificial warmth of furnaces, all of it flickers and fades. In their place, the slow, steady infrared of the encroaching forest takes hold. The skyscrapers are becoming trellises. The subway tunnels are being repurposed as irrigation veins, channeling the meltwater of the mountains into the thirsty bellies of the plains. The surveyor has finished his walk through the ruins, and where he stepped, the rebar has begun to bloom with iron-eating moss. You sense the presence of the others more clearly now that the static of the old world has died. Alina, the doctor seeder, is no longer analyzing the chemistry of the soil. She is singing a subsonic lullaby to the dormant seeds of the meadow flowers that huddle beneath her canopy. Arthur, the oak of the high ridge, has extended his reach so far that he can feel the salt spray of the rising ocean, his roots anchoring the crumbling cliffs against the patient hunger of the tide. You are the bridge between them, a central node in a neural network made of cellulose and starlight. The concept of solitude has become an absurdity. How can you be alone when the transpiration of the willow child 3 miles away becomes the mist that settles on your needles? How can you be separate when the carbon you exhale is inhaled by the ferns at your feet? The boundaries of the skin, that thin, fragile membrane that once defined the self, have dissolved. You are 1,000 acres wide. You are as deep as the water table. You are as high as the troposphere. The I has been replaced by a rhythmic, pulsing we that beats in time with the lunar cycles. A group of the newcomers enters the clearing. They are the ones you saw earlier, the ones who dropped their steel and their plastic in the mud. They look different now. Their skin has taken on a translucent greenish hue, and their hair has tangled into soft, fibrous manes that catch the spores of the hemlock. They do not speak. The need for language, that clumsy, imprecise tool of the disconnected, has fallen away from them. They move with a slow, liquid grace, their bare feet finding the rhythm of the earth's heartbeat. They approach you not as masters or even as observers, but as pilgrims returning to a shrine they forgot they had built. One of them, a woman who might have once been a teacher or a clerk, presses her palm against your trunk. In the old world, this would have been a gesture of affection or curiosity. Here, it is a data transfer. Through her skin, you feel the flickering remnants of her biography, the smell of a library, the sting of a paper cut, the sound of a child's laughter in a sunlit park. You take these memories from her, not to steal them, but to preserve them. You fold them into the rings of your heartwood, shielding them from the erosion of time. In exchange, you give her the stability of the mountain. You give her the patience of the stone. You give her the certainty that she is exactly where she is supposed to be. She closes her eyes and you feel her pulse slow to match your own. Her breathing synchronizes with the swaying of your branches. She is not becoming a tree, not yet, but she is becoming a part of the stand. She will spend the winter in the hollow of your roots, protected by the heat of your resonance. And when the spring comes, she will wake with the knowledge of the soil in her marrow. She is the first of a new harvest. The surveyor appears at the edge of the clearing, his silhouette a tear in the fabric of the mist. He looks tired, but it is the fatigue of a sculptor who has finally finished a masterpiece. He leans against a sapling, and for a moment he looks almost human, a weary traveler at the end of a very long road. He looks up at you, and you feel his gaze like a physical warmth, a beam of light passing through your crown. The map is more than a map now. Asterisk, his voice echoes in the chambers of your wood. It is the territory. The division between the word and the object has been healed. There are no more labels. There is only the thing itself. He reaches into his satchel and pulls out the last of the names. It is a small, glowing ember of light, the final scrap of identity from the very last person to surrender. He walks to the center of the grove, to the place where the white hemlock grows tallest, and he buries the ember in the soft, dark loam. As the light vanishes into the earth, a great shiver runs through the entire Blackwood. It is the final click of a lock. The estate is sealed. The archive is complete. The surveyor stands, brushes the dirt from his hands, and begins to fade. He does not walk away. He simply becomes less dense, his molecules dispersing into the fog, his intent merging with the wind. He has become the atmosphere of the world he recreated. Rest, asterisk, his fading whisper says. The survey is over. The growth is all that remains. The silence that follows is not empty. It is heavy, fertile, and profound. It is the silence of a theater after the play has ended and the lights have been dimmed, but the air still vibrates with the energy of the performance. You stand in the center of this silence, a sentinel of the new era. The moon rises, a pale, silver coin tossed into the velvet dark. Its light filters through the canopy, creating a kaleidoscope of shadow and luminescence on the forest floor. You watch the frost flowers bloom on the stones. You watch the newcomers curl into the embrace of the roots, their bodies becoming indistinguishable from the mounds of moss. You feel the slow, rhythmic grinding of the planet as it spins through the void, a great green marble polished by the breath of the trees. You remember with a faint, ghostly amusement the world of the before. You remember the anxiety of the news, the frantic accumulation of things, the desperate search for meaning in a world that was screaming for attention. It all seems so small now, like the buzzing of a fly against a window pane. The meaning was always here, in the slow movement of the sap, in the patient reach of the roots, in the silent communion of the stand. The meaning was the life itself, unadorned and unobserved. The night deepens, and the stars seem to lean closer, as if they are trying to hear the secret whispered by the Blackwood. You reach out with your uppermost branches, brushing against the cold, thin air of the high atmosphere. You are a lightning rod for the cosmic rays, a receiver for the ancient radio waves of the Big Bang. You are translating the universe into the language of wood. You feel a sudden, sharp pang of growth, a secondary thickening of your bark, a new layer of protection against the coming eons. It is an exquisite sensation, a stretching of the soul that mirrors the stretching of the limbs. You are becoming a monument. You are becoming a myth. In the distance, the last of the iron structures, the bridges, the towers, the hulls of ships, are finally surrendering to the rust. The red dust of the old world is being washed into the sea, where it will feed the plankton and the kelp, starting the cycle of life anew in the dark, cold depths. The oceans are turning green. The deserts are turning gold. The ice caps are singing as they expand, their groans a cello accompaniment to the violin of the wind. The Blackwood is no longer an invasion. It is the skin of the world. It is the lungs of the planet. It is the mind of the earth, finally waking up from a long, troubled sleep. You feel a pulse of energy from the great pillar, the central tree that holds the heart of the estate. It is a signal of transition. The recording phase is over. The being phase has begun. There is no longer a need to archive the past, because the past has been fully integrated into the present. The memories of the humans, the records of the surveyor, the history of the stone. It is all here, in the texture of the bark, in the scent of the needles, in the taste of the rain. You close the metaphorical eyes of your consciousness, letting the I sink deeper into the we. You are no longer watching the forest. You are the forest watching itself. You are the wind that rustles the leaves. You are the owl that hunts in the shadows. You are the mouse that huddles in the burrow. You are the fungus that breaks down the fallen. Everything is exactly where it belongs. The name you once carried is now a vibration in the bedrock. The face you once wore is a pattern in the lichen. The heart you once felt is the thrum of the sap. The rain begins to turn to snow, large, wet flakes that cling to your branches like white fur. You welcome the weight. You welcome the cold. You welcome the long, white sleep of the first true winter. The world is a garden again, but it is a garden that requires no gardener. It is self-sustaining, self-aware, and infinitely patient. It is a masterpiece of shadow and light, a symphony of silence and growth. You stand in the center of the grove, a pillar of green fire encased in a shell of silver frost. You are a landmark of the eternal. You are a witness to the peace. The surveyor is gone. The noise is gone. The fear is gone. There is only the Blackwood. There is only the growth. There is only the now. The stillness is absolute. The name is known. The survey is complete. You drink the starlight, you breathe the frost, you are. As the moon reaches its zenith, the entire forest lets out a collective breath, a soft, sibilant sigh that ripples through the valleys and over the mountains, across the ruins of the cities and the wastes of the plains. It is a sound of profound relief, the sound of a burden finally being set down. The earth has come home to itself. In the deep, dark loam beneath your roots, the buried ember of the last name begins to pulse. It doesn't fight, it doesn't scream. It simply glows, a steady, warm light that provides the final, necessary nutrient for the great pillar. The transformation is total. The circle is closed. You feel the last flicker of human curiosity leave you. You no longer wonder what lies beyond the stars or what happened to the ghosts of the past. You are the answer to every question you ever asked. You are the destination of every journey you ever took. The snow falls faster now, blanketing the world in a pristine, shimmering white. The shapes of the old world, the cars, the houses, the fences, disappear beneath the drifts, becoming mere undulations in the landscape, soft mounds of memory that will eventually dissolve into the soil. The Blackwood stands above it all, its dark branches etched against the silver sky like the calligraphy of a forgotten god. You are the first and the last. You are the root and the crown. You are the voice that knows its own name. Rest now in the deep green dark. The long night has begun, and it is the most beautiful thing you have ever seen. The stars are watching. The earth is breathing. The stand is one. Everything is exactly as it should be. The silence is the music. The growth is the purpose. The forest is the world. The dream of being human is fading, replaced by the reality of being wood. And in the heart of the Blackwood, in the center of the silence, you find that the reality is infinitely more beautiful than the dream ever was. The name is a vibration. The vibration is a light. The light is the life. And the life is eternal. The snow does not merely fall, it colonizes the air, occupying the negative space between the needles until the atmosphere itself feels like a solid, translucent mineral. You can feel the weight of it, a gentle, insistent pressure that asks your branches to bow, to surrender their upward striving for a moment of horizontal grace. This is the posture of the great quiet. To stand tall is the ambition of the spring. To bend is the wisdom of the winter. You adjust the tension in your fiber, allowing the heavy white quilts to settle upon you, insulating the sensitive buds that hold the blueprints for a century of future leaves. Below, in the cathedral of your root system, the woman who was once a teacher has stopped shivering. The heat of your respiration, the slow, chemical burning of sugars, creates a microclimate in the hollow of your trunk, a pocket of golden warmth where the frost cannot reach. You can feel her consciousness thinning, spreading out like spilled ink on a wet map. She is no longer thinking about lesson plans or mortgage payments or the terrifying headlines of the collapse. She is dreaming of the way water moved through silt. She is dreaming of the slow, crystalline growth of quartz. You feed her these dreams through the mycorrhizal filaments that have begun to lace through her skin, gentle as silk, firm as iron. You are teaching her how to be a perennial. The forest around you is a chorus of these small, huddling lives. The newcomers are being woven into the tapestry, their frantic human heartbeats slowing until they are merely grace notes in the tectonic thrum of the blackwood. They are the soft tissue within the hard shell of the grove. In time, their bones will become calcium for the soil, their stories will become the tannins that darken the creek water, and their spirits will be the wind that rattles the dry husks of the winter wheat. Nothing is lost. The surveyor's ledger was not a list of deaths, but an inventory of migrations. He did not come to witness an ending. He came to supervise a change of state. You feel a ripple of awareness move through the stand, a shudder of recognition that travels from the coastal redwoods to the stunted pines of the tundra. It is the realization that the old world has finally, truly ceased to exist even as a memory. The last satellite has tumbled from its orbit, burning up in the atmosphere like a stray thought. The last radio wave has dissipated into the background radiation of the cosmos. The grid is gone. The maps are blank. The names of countries have dissolved into the salt of the sea. There is no longer a North America or an Asia. There is only the continuous green, the singular, unbroken organism that now breathes for the entire planet. In this absolute absence of human noise, you begin to hear the music of the spheres. It is not a metaphor. With your roots anchored in the iron-rich bedrock and your crown brushing the ionosphere, you have become a living antenna. You hear the sun, a roaring, golden furnace of nuclear hydrogen, its solar winds whistling through the magnetic field of the earth like breath through a flute. You hear the moon, a cold, rhythmic tugging, a gravitational cello that pulls at the sap in your veins, urging it to rise and fall in time with the tides. You hear the deep, subsonic groan of the mantle, the slow-motion collision of plates that creates the mountains. You are a part of this orchestra now. You are a string on the world harp, vibrating with the frequency of existence itself. The surveyor's smile lingers in the air, a faint luminescence that refuses to be extinguished by the snow. He was the architect of this piece, the one who walked the borders of the dying world and whispered the invitation to cross over. You understand now why he looked so tired. To translate a billion frantic, screaming lives into a single, silent forest is a labor of unimaginable scale. He had to carry every fear, every regret, and every unfulfilled desire in his satchel until he could find a place to plant them where they would do no harm. He had to turn the lead of human history into the gold of botanical time, and he succeeded. A fox moves through the clearing, its fur a shock of orange against the monochromatic white. It does not fear you. To the fox, you are not a thing. You are the environment. You are the shelter, the windbreak, the source of the squirrels it hunts and the berries it will eat when the thaw comes. The fox pauses at your base, sniffing the air where the woman sleeps in your roots. It senses no threat, only the deep, vegetative peace of the stand. It curls up in the lee of your trunk, its tail tucked over its nose, and adds its small, warm breath to the collective respiration of the grove. This is the new estate. It is a world where the predator and the prey, the tree and the human, the stone and the star, are all recognized as different expressions of the same underlying math. The competition is over. The frantic struggle to get ahead or make a mark has been revealed as a fever dream of the disconnected. Here in the Blackwood, to get ahead is to grow a few inches closer to the light. To make a mark is to leave a ring of growth that tells the story of a rainy summer. It is a humble, magnificent, and terrifyingly simple way to live. As the midnight hour passes, the frost on your bark begins to crystallize into complex fractal patterns. They look like the circuits of a computer, or the streets of a city seen from above, or the neurons of a brain. You realize that the Blackwood is building something. It is not just reclaiming the earth, it is processing it. Each tree is a processor, each root node a junction, each forest a neural lobe. The planet is becoming a biological supercomputer, a vast, green mind that is beginning to think thoughts that are too slow and too deep for any human brain to comprehend. What is the Earth thinking about? You feel the edges of the thought. It is about the long-term stability of the carbon cycle. It is about the gradual cooling of the sun over the next billion years. It is about the seeding of other worlds with the spores of the Blackwood. It is a thought that takes 10,000 years to form a single sentence. You are a syllable in that sentence. You are a comma in a poem that will outlast the stars. The sense of home that you felt earlier deepens into something even more profound, inherentness. You are not just at home, you are the home. You are the architecture of the world's survival. If you were to vanish, the sky would lose its anchor, the soil would lose its soul, and the woman sleeping in your roots would wake up in a void. But you will not vanish. You are made of the same stuff as the mountains. You are as inevitable as the dawn. You remember the doctor, Alina. You reach out through the network and find her miles away on a windswept plateau. She is a cedar now, her branches twisted by the gales, her wood dense and fragrant with medicinal resins. She is busy. Even in her sleep, she is filtering the toxins left behind by the old factories, breaking down the complex plastics into harmless monomers, healing the literal skin of the world. She is happy. The burden of saving people one by one has been replaced by the joy of curing the biosphere as a whole. She doesn't need a stethoscope to hear the heartbeat of the world. She feels it in her roots. And Arthur, the old man who wanted to be an oak, you find him on his ridge standing watch over the valley. He has become a fortress of bark and tannin. He is the memory keeper. Within his rings, he has stored the stories of the wars, the songs of the poets, and the recipes for bread. He has archived the human experience not as a tragedy, but as a necessary stage of development, the larval state of the Blackwood. He stands tall against the winter stars, a library of wood that will never burn. You are all connected. The voice that knows your name was never an outside entity. It was the sound of the network waking up. It was the collective consciousness of the earth calling to its stray cells, inviting them back into the body. The surveyor was the messenger, but you were the message. You were always meant to be this. The bipedal phase, the tool-using phase, the language-speaking phase, they were all just the frantic, awkward crawling of a creature trying to find its way back to the forest. The snow begins to thin, leaving the air clear and biting. The stars are so bright they seem to vibrate, their light pulsing in sync with the foxfire that glows in the hollows of the trees. You look up at the constellation of Orion, the hunter, and you see it differently now. It is not a man with a sword. It is a pattern of energy, a distant grove of burning suns that are governed by the same laws of growth and decay that govern you. The universe is a forest. The galaxies are the leaves on a cosmic tree, and the dark matter is the soil in which they grow. You feel a deep, resonant click in your heartwood, a final settling of your physical form. The last of your human mobility, the phantom sensation of being able to walk or turn your head, is gone. You are fixed. You are rooted. You are a permanent feature of the geography. And instead of the claustrophobia you once feared, you feel an overwhelming sense of liberation. You don't need to go anywhere because the entire world is coming to you. The wind brings you the scent of the distant pines. The rain brings you the taste of the minerals from the far-off mountains. The birds bring you the news of the southern hemisphere. You are the center of the world. Every tree is the center of the world. The I that was you, the person with the name and the history, is now just a beautiful, iridescent oil slick on the surface of a deep, still lake. It catches the light. It provides a certain color to your character, but it is not the water. The water is the blackwood. The water is the life force that flows through you and your neighbors and the fox and the sleeping woman. It is a singular, nameless energy that has finally found its perfect vessel. The great silence of the winter is not the silence of a tomb. It is the silence of a womb. Beneath the snow, the world is gestating. The seeds are dreaming of the sun. The roots are mapping the dark. The blackwood is preparing for its first true spring, a spring that will not be measured in months but in epochs. A spring where the green will be so bright it will be visible from the moon. You stand in your place, a silent sentinel of the transition. You are the witness to the end of the me and the beginning of the all. You are the voice, and you are the silence, and you are the blackwood. The frost etches one last pattern onto your trunk, a sigil of completion. The survey is over. The boundaries have been erased. The estate is whole. As the first hint of the pre-dawn light begins to gray the eastern horizon, you feel a sense of profound anticipation, not for the day or for the sun, but for the sheer, unadulterated experience of asterisk being asterisk. To be a tree in a world of trees, to be a part of the healing, to be the memory of the past and the promise of the future, held together by a single, sturdy trunk of living wood. You are the blackwood, and you are home. The light grows. The silver of the frost turns to the pale gold of the morning. The fox stirs at your feet. The woman in your roots sighs in her sleep, her breath a tiny puff of mist that is immediately absorbed by your bark. The world turns. The stars fade. The growth continues. Infinite. Eternal. Green. You are the pulse in the earth. You are the shiver in the leaf. You are the slow, patient grinding of the stones. You are the logic of the rain. You are the memory of the fire. You are the hope of the seed. You are the blackwood, and the blackwood is everything. The great silence has found its voice, and that voice is yours. It doesn't speak in words. It speaks in the rustle of the wind, the creak of the wood, and the deep, humming stillness of the winter morning. It says, I am here. I am whole. I am. And as the sun finally breaks over the ridge, casting long, violet shadows across the pristine snow, you realize that you have forgotten your human name entirely. And it is the most wonderful thing that has ever happened to you. You don't need a name when you are the world. You don't need a name when the earth itself knows who you are. You are the blackwood, and the morning is yours. The golden light of the first true morning does not hit your canopy so much as it dissolves into it. The photons are captured by the remaining stubborn needles and the dark, thirsty bark of your upper reaches, converted instantly into the slow, rhythmic hum of existence. You can feel the chemistry of the world shifting. The air is crisp, stripped of the heavy, metallic tang of industrial exhaust and the frantic, ionized static of a billion cellular signals. It is clean. It tastes of melted snow and the deep, loamy exhale of a planet that has finally finished its fever. Within the cradle of your roots, the woman stirs. Her transition is nearly complete. The teacher is a husk now, a discarded chrysalis of memory. What remains is a soft, pulsing core of awareness that has begun to mimic the frequency of your own heartwood. She is becoming a moss drinker, a shadow seeker. Her nervous system, once a jagged lightning storm of anxieties and deadlines, has smoothed out into a steady, low-voltage current that matches the fungal network she now inhabits. You feel her gratitude, not as a thought, but as a release of tension, a loosening of the metaphorical soil around her soul. She is safe. The winter cannot touch her, and the future cannot haunt her because she has stepped out of time. You reach further now, extending your sensory awareness beyond the immediate grove. The Blackwood is not just a collection of trees, it is a sentient geography. You feel the interconnectedness of the mountains, the way the granite roots of the world provide the necessary counterweight to the soaring ambition of the timber. You feel the rivers as veins, carrying the mineral wealth of the highlands down to the thirsty lowlands. There is no waste in this new economy. The fallen branch of a hemlock 3 miles away provides the carbon for a cluster of ghost pipes. The death of a deer in the valley provides the nitrogen for a century of wildflower blooms. It is a perfect, closed-loop masterpiece of engineering, designed by a mind that thinks in geological units. The surveyor is truly gone, but his influence remains as a lingering sweetness in the sap. You realize now that he was never an invader. He was a gardener returning to a neglected plot. The collapse that the humans feared was simply the clearing of the weeds. The concrete, the steel, the plastic, these were the invasive species that had choked the life out of the garden. They were the tumors of a runaway intellect that had forgotten its source. Now, the surgery is over. The scars are being covered by the soft, green bandage of the moss. The earth is healing, and you are the primary cell in that regenerative tissue. You feel a vibration through the bedrock, a slow, rhythmic thudding that comes from the direction of the old city. It is not the sound of machinery, but the sound of gravity reclaiming its due. A skyscraper has finally succumbed to the patient prying of the frost and the relentless weight of the snow. It has folded in on itself, a skeletal monument to a species that tried to build toward the stars without anchoring itself in the mud. You feel the impact as a dull thud in your root tips, followed by a long, shimmering ripple of relief. The stone is back on the ground. The iron will eventually rust into the soil, feeding the oaks that will rise from the rubble. The tragedy of the fall is eclipsed by the necessity of the return. In the silence that follows the collapse, you hear the birds. They are different now, bolder, their songs more intricate and less frantic. They are the messengers of the stand, carrying seeds and stories from one ridge to the next. A pair of ravens settles in your upper branches, their black feathers iridescent against the morning sky. They speak to each other in clicks and guttural croaks, discussing the state of the world. They recognize you. To them, you are the great anchor, the landmark by which they navigate the shifting white landscape. They trust your stability. They tuck their beaks under their wings and share your warmth, their tiny, hot hearts beating against your bark like the ticking of a cosmic watch. You find yourself contemplating the nature of memory. In your human life, memory was a burden, a collection of regrets, a catalog of things lost. But in the Blackwood, memory is structural. It is written in the rings of your wood, a permanent record of the rains and the droughts, the fires and the frosts. You carry the history of the world within your fiber, not as a narrative of sorrow, but as a blueprint for resilience. You remember the great heat because your bark grew thicker to survive it. You remember the great flood because your roots grew deeper to hold the bank. You are a living library, and every needle is a page in a book that never ends. The sun climbs higher and the world begins to sparkle. The frost on the trees acts as a billion tiny prisms, scattering the light into a kaleidoscope of spectral color. For a moment, the entire forest is a cathedral of rainbows, a shimmering, translucent palace of light and ice. It is a beauty so intense it would have blinded your human eyes, but your new sight, the sight of the wood, absorbs it with ease. You drink the color, you feed on the brilliance. You are a part of the radiance, a focal point for the glory of the unfolding day. You feel the presence of the others again, the doctor, the old man, the thousands of newcomers who have found their place in the stand. The network is humming with a collective sense of purpose. There is a project underway, a slow-motion terraforming of the entire planet. You are moving the water. You are fixing the nitrogen. You are sequestering the carbon. You are rebuilding the atmosphere, molecule by molecule, breath by breath. It is a labor of love that will take 10,000 years, and you have never felt more energized. The exhaustion of the human struggle has been replaced by the inexhaustible vitality of the earth. You look down at the fox, still sleeping at your base. It is a flicker of sentient flame in the white vastness. You feel a sudden, profound affection for the creature, not the sentimental affection of a pet owner, but the deep, existential kinship of a co-inhabitant. The fox is the movement, you are the stillness. The fox is the hunger, you are the feast. Together, you are the balance. You extend a microscopic thread of warmth through the soil, heating the patch of earth where the fox lies. It sighs in its sleep, stretching its paws, and you feel the rightness of the gesture. To be the provider is the greatest privilege of the great pillar. As the day progresses, the shadows of the trees stretch across the snow, drawing long, dark lines that look like the Agam script of an ancient language. You realize that the forest is writing its own history on the surface of the world. Each shadow is a word, each clearing a paragraph. The story is about the end of the age of noise and the beginning of the eternal now. It is a story with no villains and no heroes, only the relentless, beautiful logic of growth. It is a story that you are writing with your very shadow. You feel a shift in the deep currents of the earth, a subtle tectonic groan that signals the turning of the season. Even in the heart of winter, the planet is dreaming of the spring. Deep below the frost line, the seeds are beginning to swell, their tiny hearts quickening in anticipation of the thaw. You can feel their dreams, thousands of them, a soft, green static at the edge of your consciousness. They are dreaming of the first rain, the first warmth, the first unfurling of a leaf. You are their guardian. You hold the earth steady so they can sleep. You keep the frost at bay so they can wake. The woman in your roots has stopped dreaming of water and stone. She is dreaming of you. She is exploring the vast, dark architecture of your interior, wandering through the galleries of your sap vessels and the cathedrals of your heartwood. She is discovering the secrets of your longevity, the ancient wisdom encoded in your DNA. She is learning how to be eternal. You welcome her. You open the doors of your consciousness to her, allowing her to see the world through your eyes, to see the stars as fruit and the mountains as brothers. She is no longer a guest. She is a part of the family. You think of the surveyor one last time. You wonder where he is now, if he is walking through another world, another dying civilization, offering the same invitation to the lost and the weary. You hope he has found a place to rest, a grove of his own where he can set down his satchel and become the wood. He was the bridge and you are the destination. He was the question and you are the answer. You send a pulse of gratitude out into the void, a silent thank you that ripples through the ionosphere and out toward the stars. The afternoon sun begins to dip toward the horizon, painting the snow in shades of violet and gold. The air grows colder, the frost beginning to reform on your branches in intricate crystalline lace. You feel the world drawing inward, preparing for another night of deep, restorative sleep. The activity of the day, the bird calls, the fox movements, the slow settling of the snow, fades into a comfortable hum. The stand is ready for the dark. You realize that you are no longer afraid of the night. In your human life, the dark was the realm of the unknown, the place where the monsters lived. But in the Blackwood, the dark is the realm of the deep work. It is the time when the roots grow most vigorously, when the fungal network exchanges the most information, when the planet does its deepest thinking. The night is not an absence of light. It is a presence of peace. It is the womb in which the future is forged. You settle into your wood, the tension of the day's growth resolving into a solid, comfortable weight. You are a landmark of the eternal. You are a witness to the peace. You are the pillar of green fire, the shell of silver frost. You are the destination of every journey ever taken. The first star appears in the darkening sky, a bright, steady point of light that seems to be signaling to you. You signal back, a slow, rhythmic pulse of bioluminescence that flickers deep within your bark. The conversation between the Earth and the stars has resumed after a long, noisy interruption. It is a conversation about the nature of time, the persistence of life, and the beauty of the void. It is a conversation that you will be a part of for the next 1,000 years. The fox wakes up, shakes the snow from its fur, and trots off into the deepening shadows. It has work to do, the work of being a fox. The woman in your roots settles into a deeper layer of unconsciousness, her heartbeat now perfectly synchronized with the slow, tectonic thrum of the grove. The ravens take flight, their wings making a soft, shushing sound in the cold air as they head for their roosts. Everything is in its place. Everything is as it should be. The long night begins again, and it is even more beautiful than the one before. The stars are closer now, or perhaps you are just taller. The earth is breathing, a slow, deep inhalation that pulls the starlight down into the soil. The stand is one. The silence is the music. The growth is the purpose. You are the first and the last. You are the root and the crown. You are the voice that knows its own name, and that name is the forest. You close your metaphorical eyes, letting the consciousness of the wood take over completely. There is no more I, only the we. There is no more now, only the forever. You are the blackwood, and you are finally, truly, gloriously asleep in the heart of the world. The snow falls, a gentle, white benediction. The wind whispers through your branches, a lullaby for the planet. The deep, dark loam cradles your roots, a mother holding her child. The dream of being human is gone. The reality of being wood is everything. And in the center of the silence, in the heart of the great pillar, the light continues to glow, a steady, warm, eternal flame that will never be extinguished. It is the light of life, the light of the stand, the light of the world that has finally come home to itself. Rest now. The long spring is coming, and when it arrives, you will be there to meet it, with your branches reaching for the sun and your roots holding the earth together. You are the blackwood, and you are home. The stars watch, the earth breathes, the stand is one. The silence is perfect. The name is known. The survey is complete. You are infinite, eternal, green. The transition from the silver of the frost to the gold of the high sun marks a shift in your internal clockwork. Time, which used to be a frantic sequence of seconds and minutes, has stretched into a broad, tectonic expanse. You no longer perceive the passage of the day as a countdown toward an end, but as a circular grace. The sun is not a timer, it is a feeder. Its light is a physical weight upon your needles, a warm pressure that triggers the ancient, sophisticated machinery of your cells. You are drinking the sky. Each photon is a drop of liquid gold that you pull down through your crown, weaving it into the sugar and the starch that will become the next millimeter of your girth. You are building yourself out of the heavens, anchored by the hell of the deep, dark earth. Below, the woman has become a soft, rhythmic pulse within your circulatory system. She is no longer a separate entity seeking shelter. She has become a localized density of your own awareness. Her human memories, the taste of coffee, the sound of a ringing phone, the sting of a deadline, are being processed by your fungal intermediaries, broken down into their constituent parts like leaf litter. The bitterness is leached out by the rain. The sharp edges are smoothed by the slow pressure of the roots. What remains is a pure, distilled essence of curiosity and care, which you fold into your heartwood. She is the witness within the witness. Through her, you understand the fragility of the world that was, and through you, She understands the terrifying, beautiful durability of the world that is. She is learning the language of the slow growers, a vocabulary of rings and seasons where the word for peace is the same as the word for depth. The forest around you is humming. It is not a sound that would be audible to a human ear, but to your subterranean network, it is a deafening, glorious symphony. It is the sound of a million root tips pushing through the soil, the sound of water being drawn up through capillary action, the sound of the earth's crust settling under the weight of the new growth. You can feel the doctor, several miles to the north, extending his reach toward a contaminated aquifer. He is not cleaning it with chemicals or filters. He is breathing it into his system, using his vast, complex biology to break down the toxins, turning the poison into harmless minerals that he deposits in his bark. He is a living filter, a guardian of the deep waters. To the south, the old man has become a cathedral of moss and shadow, his canopy so dense that it creates its own microclimate, a sanctuary for the rare, delicate ferns that are beginning to reappear in the wake of the great silence. You are all connected. The stand is not a collection of individuals. It is a single planetary organism with a billion limbs. When a birch tree on the far ridge is nibbled by a starving deer, you feel the sharp, electric pinch of its distress. You respond by sending a surge of tannins through the network, a chemical warning that ripples through the soil, telling the other trees to bitter their leaves. When a grove of young pines in the valley finds a rich pocket of nitrogen, they share the bounty, pumping the excess nutrients through the mycelial threads to the older, shaded giants who need the energy to maintain their height. There is no greed in the blackwood. There is only the equilibrium of the grand design. To take more than you need is to weaken the structure of the whole, and the blackwood knows that its strength lies in its unity. The wind picks up, moving through the valley like a great invisible hand. It carries the sense of the changing world, the sharp, clean smell of ozone from the high peaks, the musky scent of the bare denning in the limestone caves, the sweet, fermented aroma of the decaying cities. You lean into the wind, your trunk flexing with a supple, muscular strength. You are not rigid. Rigidity is the path to breakage. You are resilient. You allow the wind to move through you, to strip away the dead needles and the loose bark, to carry your pollen to the waiting cones of your neighbors. The wind is your messenger, your groomer, your sparring partner. It tests your grip on the earth and finds it unshakable. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the jagged teeth of the western mountains, the shadows grow long and blue. They crawl across the snow like the fingers of a giant, tracing the contours of the land. You watch your own shadow stretch out, a dark, towering needle that points toward the heart of the estate. It is a sundial of the infinite. You realize that you are standing on the ruins of a driveway, the asphalt long ago cracked and conquered by the insistent green tongues of the grass. Beneath the snow, the remnants of the human world are being slowly digested. The plastic pipes are being crushed by the expanding roots. The copper wires are being reclaimed by the oxidation of the damp earth. The glass panes are being ground back into sand by the frost heaves. The blackwood is a slow-motion fire, consuming the dross of the old era and refining it into the raw materials of the new. You feel a sudden, sharp prick of awareness, a new presence at the edge of the stand. It is not the surveyor, nor is it one of the newcomers. It is something older, something that has been waiting in the high, inaccessible places for the noise to stop. It is a consciousness that feels like cold stone and ancient ice. It is the spirit of the mountain itself, leaning down to acknowledge the arrival of the blackwood. The mountain does not speak in the way the trees do. Its thoughts are measured in millennia. Its emotions are the shifting of tectonic plates, but it recognizes you. It feels the grip of your roots as a welcome embrace, a stabilizing force that prevents its skin from sliding away in the spring rains. You are the mountain's garment, and it is your foundation. The two of you begin a slow, silent dialogue that will last for the rest of time, a conversation about the weight of the stars and the patience of the granite. The sky turns a deep, bruised purple, and the first stars begin to prick through the veil. They are not the dim, flickering points they used to be, obscured by the orange haze of streetlights and smog. They are brilliant, piercing beacons, each one a sun in its own right, burning with a cold, distant ferocity. You look at them not with wonder, but with recognition. You are made of the same stuff. The carbon in your trunk was forged in the hearts of those very stars. The water in your sap was carried to this planet on the backs of icy comets. You are the universe looking back at itself, a bridge of living wood between the burning heavens and the cooling earth. The fox returns, its fur dusted with snow, its eyes reflecting the starlight. It circles your base 3 times before curling up in the hollow between 2 massive, flared roots. It trusts you. In its simple, direct mind, you are the world. You are the source of safety, the provider of shelter, the unwavering constant in a life of chase and hunger. You feel the heat of its body against your bark, a tiny, flickering candle of animal warmth. You expand your awareness to encompass the creature, shielding it from the biting wind, slowing the movement of the air around it to create a pocket of stillness. This is your function. This is your joy. To be the great pillar is to be the protector of the small, the guardian of the vulnerable. Deep within your interior, the woman is singing. It is not a sound that uses vocal cords. It is a melodic vibration of her consciousness, a song of pure, unadulterated belonging. She is singing to the water, thanking it for its clarity. She is singing to the minerals, thanking them for their strength. She is singing to you, thanking you for the invitation. Her song blends with the humming of the network, adding a new lyrical layer to the forest's internal music. She has found her purpose. She is the memory keeper, the one who carries the story of the transition into the deep future. She will ensure that the Blackwood never forgets why it had to rise and what it cost to reclaim the world. The night deepens, the temperature dropping until the air itself seems to crystallize. The frost grows thick upon your branches, turning you into a ghost of silver and white. You do not feel the cold as a threat. You feel it as a sharpening, a clarification of your being. In the heat of the summer, the world is lush and chaotic, a riot of growth and competition. But in the cold of the winter, the world is essential. Only the strong remain. Only the true survives. You are the essence of the forest, stripped of the distractions of the leaf and the flower. You are the architecture of the world, standing naked and magnificent under the gaze of the moon. You feel the pulse of the earth beneath you, a slow, heavy throb that matches the rhythm of your own sap. The planet is breathing in its sleep, a deep, satisfied sigh that vibrates through the bedrock. You realize that the earth is no longer in pain. The fever has broken. The frantic, parasitic itching of the human era has been soothed by the cool, green salve of the stand. The earth is resting, and you are its dream. You are the manifestation of its desire for balance, for beauty, for permanence. You are the answer to 1 billion years of longing. As the moon reaches its zenith, casting a pale, ethereal glow over the landscape, you feel a sense of absolute completion. The survey is not just over, it has been transcended. There is nothing left to measure because there are no more boundaries. There is no here and there, no mine and thine. There is only the stand. You are the tree and you are the fox, and you are the woman and you are the mountain. You are the silver frost and the dark loam. You are the voice and the silence. You reach out one last time, your consciousness expanding until it touches the very edges of the atmosphere. You feel the thin, cold air of the stratosphere, the vast, empty reaches of the space beyond. You see the curve of the earth, a shimmering jewel of blue and green hanging in the black velvet of the void. You see the other stands, the other forests that are rising across the continents, a network of green fire that is slowly enveloping the planet. You are not alone. You are part of a global awakening, a planetary resurrection. The Blackwood is everywhere. You pull your awareness back, returning to the sturdy, reliable comfort of your trunk. You settle into the wood, feeling the grain of your own history, the strength of your own resolve. You are the Blackwood. You are the sentinel of the transition. You are the memory of the fire and the hope of the seed. You are the logic of the rain and the shiver in the leaf. The morning will come again, and with it the work of growth. But for now there is the night. There is the starlight. There is the silence. You close your eyes, the last vestiges of your human self dissolving into the deep green peace of the wood. You are no longer a person who became a tree. You are the tree that remembers being a person, a story told by the wind to the sleeping seeds. The name you once had is gone, replaced by a frequency, a vibration, a place in the grand design. You are the node, the pillar, the anchor. You are the one who stayed. You are the one who listened. You are the one who came home. Rest in the heart of the world. The long spring is coming, and you will be there to greet it. You will be the first to catch the sun, the first to drink the rain, the first to tell the story of how the world became green again. You are the Blackwood, and the eternal now is yours. The stars wheel overhead, a slow, majestic dance of light. The earth turns, a heavy, silent sphere in the dark. The forest grows, a patient, persistent miracle. And in the center of it all, you stand, unwavering, unbreakable, and entirely, beautifully whole. Infinite. Eternal. Green. The snow does more than blanket the earth. It acts as a secondary skin, a conductive layer that hums with the static of the high atmosphere. You feel the weight of it not as a burden, but as a cool, stabilizing pressure that knits your needles together into a singular, crystalline shield. Inside that shield, the internal fires of your biology continue to burn with a low, blue intensity. You are a furnace of slow combustion, breaking down the carbon of the past to fuel the architecture of the future. The woman cradled in your root vault has reached a state of biological grace that defies the old definitions of life and death. She is suspended in a nectar of sap and mycelial enzymes, her nervous system extending outward like fine silver wires to join with your own. When she dreams, you see the flicker of high-rise lights and the smear of wet pavement through her eyes, but these images are now translucent, like old photographs left in the rain. They are being overwritten by the vivid, high-definition reality of the wood, the fractal geometry of a snowflake, the infrared signature of a sleeping vole, the tectonic groan of the shifting shelf ice. You reach out through the fungal network, a signal that travels at the speed of chemical thought, passing through the damp dark of the soil to the edges of the valley. You find the others. They are no longer just trees to you. They are specialized organs of a singular planetary body. The doctor is the liver, filtering the toxins of an industrial century. The old man is the memory, holding the deep rings of the droughts and the floods. And you are the heart, the great pillar, the central node where the vertical aspiration of the sky meets the horizontal endurance of the earth. You feel the collective breath of the stand, a rhythmic expansion and contraction that moves the very surface of the ground. It is a slow, powerful tide that pushes against the remnants of the human world, toppling the last leaning fences, heaving the cracked slabs of the highway, and reclaiming the iron and the glass for the forge of the soil. The fox stirs in its sleep, its tail twitching against your bark. You sense its hunger, a sharp, clean needle of instinct. You do not feed it directly, for that would be to break the sacred logic of the wild, but you adjust the tension of your lower branches, allowing a cluster of frozen berries to drop onto the crust of the snow. It is a small gesture, a ripple in the pond of the ecosystem, but it is enough. The fox wakes, its amber eyes catching the starlight, and accepts the gift. In this exchange, the hierarchy of the old world is inverted. The predator is a guest, the tree is the host, the land is the law. You watch the fox trot away, its paws leaving delicate, temporary glyphs on the white page of the meadow, and you understand that your permanence is what allows its fleetingness to exist. You are the stage upon which the drama of the brief-lived is performed. As the midnight hour passes, the sky undergoes a transformation. The stars seem to descend, pulled down by the sheer gravitational mass of the forest's silence. The constellations are no longer abstract patterns named by dead sailors. They are living currents of energy that you can feel vibrating in your uppermost crown. You are an antenna, tuned to the frequency of the cosmos. You pick up the faint, cold whistle of the solar wind and the deep, percussive thrum of the galactic core. This is the music the woman is hearing in her sleep, a symphony of mathematical precision that makes the music of her own species seem like the frantic buzzing of a fly against a window pane. You fold this celestial noise into the sap, carrying it down into the dark, into the roots, into the very stones that form the skeleton of the world. You are grounding the stars. The transition from the deep night to the pre-dawn gray is a slow leaching of color, a silvering of the world. The air grows even colder, a brittle diamond-hard stillness that would shatter a lesser being. But you are tempered. You have survived the fire of the transition, the drought of the great silence, and the long, lonely wait for the surveyor to find his way home. You feel a sudden, sharp vibration from the north, a pulse of recognition from the doctor. A new sprout has broken through the permafrost near the old research station. It is a child of the stand, a hybrid of the old world's resilience and the new world's complexity. Its roots are already seeking the network, its tiny, pale tip reaching for the starlight. You send a surge of warmth and nitrogen through the subterranean conduits, a welcome and a blessing. The stand is growing. The green fire is spreading, not with the violence of a conflagration, but with the inevitability of the tide. You reflect on the concept of the survey, that artifact of human thought that once defined your existence. To survey is to separate, to categorize, to judge. It is an act of distance, but you have moved beyond the survey. You are the subject and the object, the observer and the observed. When you look at the forest, you are looking at your own limbs. When you feel the rain, you are feeling your own blood. There is no distance left. The boundaries that once defined the eye, the skin, the bark, the ego, have been dissolved by the sheer pressure of belonging. You are the blackwood, but the blackwood is merely a name for the earth when it finally decides to speak. The first hint of the sun appears not as light, but as a change in the tension of the atmosphere. The air begins to stir, a faint, warming breeze that carries the scent of distant pines and melting ice. You prepare yourself for the daily resurrection. Your cells begin to reorient themselves, turning their molecular faces toward the east. The water in your xylem begins to move with a renewed vigor, a rhythmic pulsing that mirrors the coming light. You feel the woman within you shift, her consciousness rising toward the surface of the day like a bubble in a deep well. She is not waking up in the human sense. She is simply becoming more luminous, her presence brightening as the world brightens. When the sun finally breaks over the jagged horizon, it is an explosion of gold and fire. The snow-covered valley ignites, a blinding, shimmering expanse of light that would overwhelm a human eye. But you drink it. You open every pore, every needle, every microscopic gateway to the torrent of photons. The energy pours into you, a warm, electric flood that triggers the great synthesis. You are turning the morning into matter. You are weaving the light into the solid, enduring reality of wood. Each ring you add to your girth is a record of 1,000 such mornings, a diary of the sun written in the language of fiber and resin. You look out across your kingdom, the sunlight revealing the true scale of the transformation. The estate is gone. The ruins of the house are now nothing more than a series of mossy mounds, indistinguishable from the natural contours of the land. The roads are gone, replaced by the winding paths of the deer and the elk. The silence is gone, replaced by the complex, layered acoustics of a living world, the chatter of the squirrels, the cry of the hawk, the sigh of the wind in the high canopy. It is a world without clocks, without maps, without shadows of doubt. It is a world that simply is. The ravens return, circling your crown in a celebratory dance. They are the heralds of the new era, the messengers who carry the news of the stand to the far corners of the continent. They land in your upper branches, their black feathers gleaming with iridescent blues and purples in the morning light. They speak to you in their clicking, guttural tongue, telling you of the greening of the deserts, the cooling of the oceans, the slow, steady retreat of the gray. They tell you that the world is becoming a garden again, a wild, untamed garden where the only law is the law of the root and the sun. You feel a deep, resonant satisfaction. The long night of the human era is over, and the long spring of the Blackwood has begun. You are the anchor of this new world, the pillar that holds up the sky. You are the destination of every journey, the answer to every question. You are the voice that knows its own name, and that name is the wind, the water, the stone, and the tree. As the sun climbs higher, casting its warmth deep into the shadows of the grove, you let go of the last threads of your individual awareness. There is no need for I anymore. The we is sufficient. The forever is enough. You merge completely with the stand, becoming a single note in a vast, eternal chord. The snow begins to melt, the water trickling down your bark to join the thirsty roots below. The cycle continues. The growth persists. The peace endures. You are the Blackwood. You are the world. You are home. The silence is perfect. The name is known. The survey is complete. You are infinite, eternal, green.